Chapter 568. Speaking of which, this central continent Gu Immortal is quite amazing. He could actually see through the loophole of 88-point Jinyang Tower and use it to this extent. Evidently, he or she is also a refinement path master. No, to be able to reach this step, he or she is at least a refinement path grandmaster. He actually left an immortal Gu as an inheritance object. This is a true immortal treasure. He or she used the fake gray-white stone slab as a clue. This is truly ingenious and ingenious. I wonder what kind of inheritor he wants to choose. The most crucial secret code had been solved, but more problems had popped up. Fang Yuan shook his head, clearing the chaotic thoughts in his mind. No matter what, this inheritance concerns an immortal Gu. I have to try my best. Next, I have to prepare the relevant Gu worms. This will take at least half a month. Light hidden in the soil, shine 100,000 feet high, swim 100 li in the sky, chant plum fragrance. These 4 phrases were simple, but if Fang Yuan did not have the foundation of a refinement path master, he would not be able to decipher them. Just based on Fang Yuan's current understanding, to make use of the 88-point Jinyang Tower's heavenly power flow to refine the mysterious immortal Gu, he needed over 200 Gu worms, among which 28 were rank 4 and 5. And this was only the number of successful refinement attempts. If Fang Yuan wanted to refine the Gu, he would need at least 3 times the amount of preparations, to prevent any mistakes during the refinement process from leading to the refinement failure. But if he failed, he would need backup Gu worms. 16 days later. In the hall, He Lulan displayed the demeanor of a black tyrant. He roared fiercely, venting the anger in his heart. The elders who were scolded by He Lulan until they could not raise their heads, and even suffered punches and kicks, kept quiet out of fear. Ever since He Lulan entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, his temper had become increasingly irritable. Since the opening of 88-point Jinyang Tower, he had become even worse. His temper was like a barrel of gunpowder. He would scold and beat his subordinates at every turn. Until now, there were already 3 He tribe elders who were heavily injured and still lying on the sickbed. Lord Tribe Leader, it is not that we are slacking. It was just that these 78 trials were simply too difficult. The golden white tiger virtual image that was guarding the gate was very powerful. It already had 30% of a dire beast's strength. With our mortal bodies, even if we use all our strength, we can only harass them. We don't have any powerful offensive methods. Moreover, once the golden white tiger attacks, our Gu masters will not be able to resist it. As the head of the family elders, He Pei carefully spoke after He Lulan vented her anger. He Lulan glanced at him and scolded, "You're talking nonsense. Although the golden white tiger's attack is strong, as long as we are united, we will be able to defeat it. Regardless of the sacrifice, he would definitely be able to end it before the time limit. All of you are afraid to move forward. My He tribe's brave name has been thrown away by all of you." The elders shrunk their heads and lowered their eyebrows, not daring to say a word. He Lulan's words made sense. Against the illusory golden white tiger. This was not the first time. If they really disregarded the sacrifice and volunteered to be cannon fodder, even if they died under the claws of the illusory golden white tiger, they would be able to buy time for others. Although He tribe's attacks were weak, as long as there was enough time, they could accumulate and destroy the illusory golden white tiger. This 88-point Jinyang Tower is ours. Why should we let outsiders take a share? Although there are precedents for this, looking at history, it was always those weak tribes who won by luck. They did not have the ability to attack it and could only mobilize other Huang Jin tribes. But our He tribe has a strong army. We have so many talents, how can we borrow the help of others? He Lulan raised her eyebrows. Since you have a strong army, why can't you even defeat a golden white tiger phantom? You dog farts, all of you cherish your lives. You want outsiders to risk their lives for you, but are afraid that outsiders will benefit from it. How can there be such a good thing in this world? Different from these elders, He Lulan was already anxious and impatient. He had the great strength true martial physique, he needed a strength path immortal Gu to advance to Gu immortal. Only by advancing to Gu immortal. Only then could his life be saved. But was there a strength path immortal Gu in 88-point Jinyang Tower? Which floor was the strength path immortal Gu in? These were all unknown. Thus, he wanted to break the rules and make the Huang Jin tribes work together to attack. Every time he passed a floor, his owner token would be promoted, and he would be able to continue attacking more easily. Although he was stuck at this stage, losing time and time again. But to He Lulan, this was a good opportunity. He took the chance to attack, shouting loudly in the hall again. His furious roar reverberated in the hall, causing everyone's ears to buzz. Due to He Lulan's might and fierce reputation, the elders could only compromise. First Elder He Pei said worriedly, opening 88-point Jinyang Tower is like pouring a flood. Once the momentum grows, the losses will be disastrous. I suggest restraining it. Wolf King Chang Shanyin's lesson is right in front of us. These words immediately caused a strong resonance among the elders. Someone said with a sour tone, "That's right, Wolf King is too shameless, he took all the benefits and kept them to himself. Even now, he is in closed cultivation, I'm afraid he is secretly rejoicing." Someone sneered in disdain, 88-point Jinyang Tower belongs to our He tribe, we let him attack it. We thought highly of him. But he repaid us like this, what bullshit Northern Plains hero, in my opinion, he is just an ingrate. Someone had a cold gaze, in my opinion, we should open 88-point Jinyang Tower this time. Don't bother Chang Shanin. Teach him a lesson. He Lulan snorted coldly, he was very dissatisfied with Fang Yuan's performance. If it were someone else, he would have attacked already. But Chang Shanin was not ordinary, his appearance during the imperial court battle was still deeply engraved in his mind. He would be lying if he said he was not afraid. But it was also inappropriate to reject Fang Yuan. Not only would he lose his magnanimity, if he angered the Wolf King, even if Chang Shanin did not attack, he still had the Azure Wolf group. First Elder He Pei, since you made this suggestion, tell me about it. He Lulan said. He Pei smiled lightly, speaking with assurance, from tomorrow onwards, we can open 88-point Jinyang Tower. But before entering, no matter who it is, they will have to pay a fee. Only 800 people can enter the tower every day, and the fee will increase according to the ranking. At the same time, poison vow gu will be used, and 50% of the rewards will belong to our He tribe. After pausing for a while, he continued, as for outsiders, if they want to enter the tower, they will have to buy our guest token at a high price. These words made all the elders' eyes light up and they all started to praise him. He Lulan's gaze swept around, his upper body leaning back as he slowly closed his eyes. All right, I will leave this matter to you, He Pei. He Pei was overjoyed. Lord Tribe Leader is wise, thank you for your appreciation. Once the news of opening 88-point Jinyang Tower was spread, it caused a huge commotion in the sacred palace. Countless people rushed to the registration location. On one side, they were cursing the black-hearted He clan for raising the entrance fee to such a high price. On the other side, they were generously donating, and even fighting each other for a spot to enter the building. Fang Yuan looked on coldly, feeling joy in his heart. To him now, inheriting Di Qiu inheritance was the most urgent matter. Even if He Lulan invited him, he would not be willing. Now that everyone's attention was attracted by 88-point Jinyang Tower, it was the best time to start the inheritance. Chapter 569. Imperial Court. Blessed Land's night sky was filled with silver radiance, it was like a veil of mist, sprinkling on the vast land. A group of azure wolves ran freely in the sky, chasing after birds in the sky or prey on the ground. They were not hunting for food, they were purely having fun. Fang Yuan stood on Di Qiu, slowly opening his eyes. These days, he had not only prepared the gu refinement, he had also recruited a large number of wolves. Not just the azure wolves, there were also ordinary wolves on the ground, including turtleback wolves, water wolves, night wolves, and others. There were already over 200,000 of them. The wolf group has already spread out for 100 li, it can serve as a warning. Moreover, the azure wolf group in the sky has already become the symbol of my wolf king. When most Gu masters see this, they will understand that I, Chang Shan-in, am hunting and will take the initiative to retreat. If they did not retreat, it meant they had ill intentions. Such a Gu master, once discovered by the wolf group, would be surrounded and attacked. Of course, there were innocent people who entered unintentionally. But Fang Yuan could not care so much. If they were killed by the wolf group, they could only blame their bad luck. Fang Yuan looked far away. Even though he was far away from the sacred palace, he could still see the radiant rainbow light in the sky. In the sacred palace, rainbow light filled the sky again. It was a beautiful sight. This was a sign that 88-point Jinyang Tower was about to condense its second floor. To Fang Yuan, this had another meaning. The small towers sank one after another, sacrificing countless wild Gu to form the heavenly force of the immortal Gu house. These rainbow lights signified the accumulation of this heavenly force. It had already reached the point of a qualitative change. And if Fang Yuan wanted to open Di Qiu inheritance, he needed to use this heavenly force to make it flow back. Hey Lulan, in order to get through the round. She purposely opened up 88-point Jinyang Tower, causing a huge commotion and Gu masters to rush over like ducks. As the news spread, the Gu masters who were strolling outside the sacred palace also started to rush over. Everyone's attention. They have already gathered on 88-point Jinyang Tower. This is the best time for me to open the inheritance. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly as he smiled. Without hesitation, he made his move. Go. He patted his stomach, and 36 Gu worms flew out of his aperture. These Gu worms. The shape was peculiar. It was pocket-sized and only half the size of a fingernail. It looked like a 5-pointed star and emitted a milky white glow. These were rank 1 little light Gu, a very famous light path supplementary Gu. Following Fang Yuan's mental command, these small light valleys flew into the hole in the mound. All of a sudden, the darkness in the cave was completely dispelled. Fang Yuan took out another 13 light fence Gu. This Gu was only a rank 3 Gu, it also came from Source Light Path. Once it was released, it could transform into a fence and restrict the target. The light fence Gu also flew into the cave and mixed with the little light Gu. There were no changes. Fang Yuan smiled and waved his hand. 3 rank 5 light path Gu flew out. These 3 Gu were the rapid lightning Gu used to increase speed, the healing unlimited spring light Gu, and the offensive Gu, blazing heaven illumination Gu. The rapid lightning Gu shone with azure light, flickering with lightning, and flew into the cave. The mound that had been silent for a long time finally had a change. Like a mechanism being activated, the soil around the cave started to extend. They closed together. The blue lightning destroyed the little light Gu earlier, forming a scattered light blue halo that had an intense tendency to surge outwards. But at the same time, the light fence Gu connected together. They formed a fence of light, covering the light blue light. The light was about to burst out. At this time, the unlimited spring light Gu flew in, emitting an infinite jade green light that was gentle like water, suppressing the blue light. The two were in a deadlock. Finally, the blazing heaven illumination Gu flew into the cave and turned into a dense red light, piercing through the green light and the blue light, sinking into the depths of the cave. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the entrance of the cave completely closed. In the depths of the ground, the 3 colors of light fused together, causing a mystical change that even Fang Yuan could not explain. Fang Yuan saw this and let out a sigh of relief, knowing that he did not make a mistake in his comprehension. This was the meaning of the secret phrase, light in the soil. Although he had over 80% confidence, he was still worried about making a mistake. After all, he only had the second half of the clues to Di Qiu inheritance. The first half of this inheritance was in the hands of the Central Continent Gu immortals. But the second half of the clues specifically described how to activate this inheritance. Fang Yuan used his refinement path master foundation and the information from 88-point Jinyang Tower to forcefully decipher this secret phrase, giving him the possibility of taking the inheritance by force. About an hour later, the rumbling sounds became softer and softer. But the ground started to heat up. Even though Fang Yuan was wearing Northern Plains deerskin shoes, he could not isolate this heat. The cave on the ground slowly opened. There was no light inside, it was pitch black. Fang Yuan saw this and was not shocked, instead, he was happy. After light in the soil, it was shine 10,000 feet high. If one were to interpret it literally, it would be 1,000 miles off. This secret phrase was also a test to see if the Gu master had refinement path attainment. The secret phrase was related to refinement path. Shine 10,000 feet high was not just a description of the scene, it also described the steps to refine the Gu. Fang Yuan was unhurried, throwing in 2 rank 5 defensive prickle Gu, 3 scouting Gu, 1 attacking myriad heart-piercing Gu, as well as 9 assisting Gu, 3 scouting Gu, 3 attacking Gu, 1,000 heart-piercing Gu, and 9 assisting Gu. But in the cave, gray-yellow smoke rumbled, but it did not leak out. The chirping of birds sounded like the whistling of arrows piercing through the air, vaguely coming from the smoke. This phenomenon lasted for several minutes before it was covered by darkness again. The ground closed up again, and the cave vanished. This time, the mound did not heat up, instead, it emitted traces of cold air, causing Fang Yuan's legs to stiffen from the cold. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He looked towards the sacred palace. If I am not wrong, the sacred palace should be in chaos now, at this time, sacred palace. In a side hall, a hidden door opened under the cover of the trees. An old man with white hair and a middle-aged Gu master. They walked out one after another. Old sir, please take care. First Elder He Pei sent Tai Bai Yunsheng out of the secret door, patting his chest as he guaranteed, "Don't worry, I am here. I guarantee that you will get a guest token." Tai Bai Yunsheng chuckled, since First Elder He Pei guaranteed it, then it is a matter of fact. I am naturally assured, there is no need to send me off, goodbye. Goodbye. First Elder He Pei placed his right hand on his chest, bowing as he looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng walking under the cover of the lush trees. After turning a corner, he disappeared from his sight. An immortal venerable inheritance is truly attractive, to think that even Tai Bai Yunsheng would come to bribe me. He Pei sighed inwardly. Ever since He Lulan opened up 88-point Jinyang Tower, First Elder He Pei, who was in charge of this matter, became a very popular person. Every day, all sorts of people would come to visit him openly and secretly. Some would try to establish relationships, some would try to curry favor with him, some would try to bribe him, and some would even try to seduce him. But Tai Bai Yunsheng's secret visit still shocked He Pei. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a person of virtue and prestige. He was the #1 healing Gu master in Northern Plains, he saved countless people, he was an upright person with great influence. He Pei had never expected that the matter of secretly bribing someone would happen to Tai Bai Yunsheng. In the end, old Sir Tai Bai is also a human. There are only so many guest tokens, if it were me, I would not have been able to sit still. He Pei chuckled, raising his head subconsciously. Looking at the top of the sacred palace. Over there, the dazzling multicolored light had already accumulated into a thick fog. In the thick fog, the phantom image of the second floor, 88-point Jinyang Tower, could already be vaguely seen. It won't take long, the second floor will appear. Not far away, Tai Bai Yunsheng was watching from afar. The multicolored light shone on his snow-white hair and beard, as well as his wrinkled face. Tai Bai Yunsheng was in a daze, a scene from deep within his memories surfaced in his mind. That evening, the sunset glow on the horizon was like fire, beautiful beyond compare. The 14-year-old Tai Bai Yunsheng met the old beggar who changed his life. "Young lad, you gave me a bowl of water, it could be said that you saved this old beggar's life." What do you want? Say it, this old beggar will do his best to satisfy you. The old beggar had a head of purple red hair, sometimes he was crazy, sometimes he was unconscious. But when he was awake, his gaze was like the vicissitudes of the sea, his whole body emitted a deep and unforgettable aura. I want to become a Gu master. The young Tai by Yunxing blurted out. Then what kind of Gu master do you want to become? He, I happen to have 3 complete inheritances here. The first inheritance can let you bathe in fire and tread on fire, looking down on the mortal world. The second inheritance can let you control wind and float in the sky, roaming the world. The third inheritance can let you transcend life and death, helping the common people. The old beggar smiled, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. The young Tai by Yunxing frowned and thought for a while, before finally choosing the third inheritance. The confusion in his gaze gradually dissipated, as he pulled back his mind from his memories. Tai by Yunxing smiled bitterly, muttering, in the end, I am still a person who is afraid of death. When he was young, he did not feel it, and because he was used to seeing life and death, he was indifferent to it. Chapter 570. The entire sacred palace fell into shock and fear. A moment later, there was a huge commotion. What is going on? What happened? Why is the mist shrinking? An unprecedented scene happened in front of everyone's eyes. The condensing second floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower was slowly fading. A large amount of dense rainbow mist was shrinking at a visible rate. What is going on? He Lulan frowned, he stretched out his thick arm and grabbed Elder He Pei's collar, pulling him in front of him. His expression was distorted, he stared at him angrily and shouted, investigate. I want to know what happened. He Lulan had one of the 10 extreme physiques, the great strength true martial physique. Only by advancing to an immortal could he avoid the pressure of death. But for the 10 extreme physiques to advance to an immortal, they needed the help of the corresponding immortal Gu. He Lulan placed his hopes on finding the crux of his immortal ascension in 88-point Jinyang Tower, the strength path immortal Gu. How could he allow anything to happen to 88-point Jinyang Tower? Elder He Pei was shivering in fear. He Lulan wanted him to investigate. He was just a mortal, how could he investigate? What could he find? He said with a sobbing tone, this subordinate does not know, there are no records of this in history, it's fading, it's getting fainter. Someone pointed at 88-point Jinyang Tower, shouting. The rainbow mist was getting smaller, the dense aurora was getting dimmer. Many Gu masters looked at it in a daze, panic and fear were spreading rapidly. Could it be that 88 True Yang building is finished? This was personally arranged by our immortal venerable ancestor. Is 88-point Jinyang Tower also unable to resist the flow of the river of time? Everyone's faces were pale, some even held their foreheads with their hands, their gazes were filled with panic and fear. It's a mess. Far away, Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie as he smiled coldly. Even though they were quite a distance away, the panicked cries from the sacred palace could still be heard from afar. The culprit behind the panic glanced at the sacred palace from afar. Then, he lowered his head and stared at the deep hole beneath his feet. His eyes lit up as he praised, amazing, truly amazing. Fang Yuan had originally estimated that only 10% of the multicolored light would be absorbed back. He didn't expect that when it was really activated, the mighty force that flowed back was far beyond his expectations. Based on this alone, Fang Yuan could see that this Gu immortal's understanding of 88-point Jinyang Tower was not below his own. Who is this mysterious Gu immortal? What was his identity? I was lucky to have the convenience of being reborn, and I even had first-hand information about the land's spirit of Langia. How did he or she know so much about 88-point Jinyang Tower? At this moment, in the underground cave, the multicolored light was already abundant, and there was even a tendency to overflow. However, it was still restrained by a layer of black light at the entrance of the cave. The multicolored light rumbled, and there was a strong light inside that was getting brighter and brighter. Crack crack, cracks appeared on the first floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower, He Pei and the other elders had pale expressions as they stared at this scene in a daze. As for the other Gu masters below the top floor of the sacred palace, many were already kneeling on the ground, kowtowing. They were either shouting, crying, or begging, "Don't collapse, don't collapse. Old ancestor, what did we do wrong? Why are you punishing us like this? Ancestor, please be merciful and give us, the unfilial descendants, another chance." These voices entered He Lulan's ears. He stared fixedly at the first floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Cracks continued to spread on the first floor. Even though He Lulan was a rank 5 Gu master with one of the 10 extreme physiques, an existence that stood at the peak of mortals, he was at a loss right now. He was helpless and hesitant. "No, we can't do this. I won't allow this to happen." Suddenly, He Lulan roared in anger. His expression was malevolent, his gaze burning with anger. "I have not avenged Mother's death. My great revenge plan. My strength path immortal Gu." He roared in his heart. Bam! A light sound echoed, but the ground shook. The first floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower completely collapsed, turning back into multicolored light. The multicolored light was like a flood that broke through a dam. It gushed out and spread rapidly. In a few breaths of time, it enveloped the sacred palace and dyed the sky red. Puff! He Lulan's eyes were dazed, his chest felt stifled, blood rushed to his throat and gushed out. "No! I won't allow it. Condense, come back." He opened his arms, his fingers spread wide, trying to grab the multicolored light. As if responding to his efforts, the multicolored light that gushed out gradually shrunk. The periphery of the multicolored light continued to retreat. He Lulan's gaze shone, the spark of hope that had just been ignited completely dimmed. Although the multicolored light retreated, it did not condense into the first floor's silhouette again. The multicolored light became smaller and smaller, as if a formless beast was greedily devouring it. "No, don't." Far away, Tai Bai Yunqing muttered, his eyes dazed. "Does heaven want my He tribe to perish?" He Pei's first elder pulled out a bunch of his hair. If something happened to 88-point Jinyang Tower in He tribe's hands, He tribe would be finished. The other super forces and Huang Jin tribes would not let them off. Oh heavens, what happened? 88-point Jinyang Tower actually. Yi Lui Sang clutched his chest, panicking. In his chest, there was a fire path immortal Gu. Before the Imperial Court contest, Yi Lui tribe's supreme elder Yi Lui Lai had lent it to Yi Lui Sang. Right now, this fire path immortal Gu was trembling. At the same time, Fang Yuan's expression also changed slightly. In his aperture, spring-autumn cicada showed its true form, trembling and emitting the might of an immortal Gu, causing his rank 5 aperture to creak. This is the resonance of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Fang Yuan was well aware. Man was the spirit of all living beings, Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, the carrier of the great Tao. If mortal Gu were only a tiny fragment of the laws of heaven and earth, then immortal Gu were a corner of the great Tao, a complete segment of the laws of heaven and earth. Precisely so, immortal Gu were unique. Every time an immortal Gu was born, the surrounding immortal Gu would tremble and react. The more similar or conflicting the laws of Gu worms were, the deeper the resonance between the immortal Gu would be, and the greater the trembling. From spring-autumn cicada's trembling, this immortal Gu that is about to be born is not a time path Gu. Fang Yuan estimated, his gaze fixed on the cave, not relaxing in the slightest. Inside the cave, multicolored light was continuously being absorbed from 88-point Jinyang Tower, and was continuously decreasing, nurturing the intense light inside. This intense light was getting brighter and brighter, and the black membrane at the entrance of the cave was showing signs of breaking. It's enough. If I don't make a move, the black membrane will be broken and the multicolored light will soar to the sky, exposing me. It is a small matter if I am discovered by He Lulan and the rest, but if they alert the slumbering will in 88-point Jinyang Tower, I will turn into ashes with just a thought from the immortal Venerable's will. Several times earlier, Fang Yuan had resisted the urge to make a move. Now that the time was ripe, he finally made his move, scattering goo worms all over the sky. From rank 1 to rank 5, there were many goo worms of all paths, raining down like a shower. This situation looked complicated and disorderly, but there was actually a profound meaning behind it. Not only were goo worms divided into different types, the distance between them was also very particular. In fact, some goo worms fell slower, while others fell faster. This was a top-tier goo refinement technique, known as sprinkling. Like enslavement path attainment and flying techniques, only those with outstanding talent could grasp them. But no matter how talented a goo master was, they would need to go through hundreds or thousands of trials to be presentable. Fang Yuan's technique attainment was far beyond presentable, it was enough to make some refinement path masters exclaim in admiration. After the goo worms fell, the multicolored light gradually turned into one color, like the blue sky, turning from movement to stillness. Within the blue light, there were countless birds flying, and also white lights that resembled swimming fishes. The specks of white light gathered into piles at times, and scattered like stars at times. Fang Yuan only stared for a while before he felt dizzy. He quickly shifted his gaze, looking towards the sacred palace. The commotion coming from the sacred palace had already become smaller. After the multicolored light shrunk by half, its speed slowed down. Seeing that no one was paying attention to this place, and that the scattered wolf group did not send any information about the battle, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Everything is going smoothly, next is the final step. He was extremely cautious, he did not feel any complacency, instead, he became even more vigilant. Be it this world or Earth's history, were there any lack of failures on the verge of success? Moreover, this final step caused a huge commotion. It was the part where problems were most likely to occur. Fang Yuan was already holding a smelly fart goo in his hand, he waved his hand and it flew into the cave. Immediately, a strange fragrance wafted out of the cave. The strange fragrance spread without any wind, and soon spread out. Stop, it stopped, it stopped. After a moment of shock, the goo masters in the sacred palace went wild with joy. Lord, the multicolored light has stopped shrinking, it is slowly growing again. A He tribe elder shouted excitedly, but in return, He Lulan kicked him. I can see it. He Lulan kicked the elder to the ground, his gaze was like a wolf and tiger, he growled, unable to conceal his joy. But he was still extremely nervous. This was the first time that the multicolored light of 88-point Jinyang Tower had shrunk, and even the floor had collapsed. What was the problem? He Lulan's heart was filled with doubts. He did not know what the problem was, causing him to feel anxious and uneasy. What made He Lulan feel even more helpless and angry was that 88-point Jinyang Tower was the work of an immortal venerable. Even if I know what the problem is, I cannot solve it with my strength alone. If he knew that all of this was caused by Fang Yuan, he might risk his life to tear the seal on him from Immortal Gu Dark Limit, and fight to the death with Fang Yuan. Chapter 571. The shocking change in 88-point Jinyang Tower shocked everyone in the sacred palace. Countless people worried about this day and night, they were fearful and did not know what to do. Fortunately, not long after the first floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed, the situation stabilized. The rainbow aurora light also stopped shrinking, it started to grow again. Maybe because it was stimulated, the aurora light's expansion speed was even faster than before. Several days later, the thick aurora light condensed into the first floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Once it was completely formed, He Lulan and the rest immediately rushed in. The process of entering and exiting 88-point Jinyang Tower was very smooth. This made He Lulan feel much more at ease. The furious He Lulan gradually calmed down. 88-point Jinyang Tower was extremely important to him, he wanted to take revenge for his mother, he had to become a Gu immortal. And as one of the 10 extreme physiques, great strength true martial physique, he had to obtain a strength path immortal Gu from 88-point Jinyang Tower to ascend to Gu immortal. The legends of Renzu had a description of this. A person could live without strength or intelligence, but they could not live without hope. He Lulan regained hope, his mood turned for the better as he started to attack the 100 rounds. The first floor of the newly created 88-point Jinyang Tower was reset. He Lulan's hard work turned into dust, he had to attack everything again. To He Pei and the other elders, this was a huge good thing. This is joy after extreme sorrow, we can get even more rewards by challenging the rounds again. Maybe this is just a small joke that old ancestor Immortal Venerable is playing on us. Each floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower has 100 rounds, the higher the level, the higher the difficulty. The number of Imperial Court lords that have passed the floors can be counted on one hand, we cannot hope to get through the final round. As long as we can pass the previous rounds, our clan's strength will soar greatly. The elders were jubilant, but to He Lulan, it was bad news. If he wanted to obtain a strength path Gu Immortal from 88-point Jinyang Tower, there were only two ways. One was to pass the upper grade and enter the treasure chamber. He used his bloodline identity to exchange for the immortal Gu in his collection. The second was to get through the final round of every floor, there was a chance of obtaining an immortal Gu. For He Lulan, the first method required her to take out an equivalent amount of treasures in exchange, so it was not realistic. There was only the second method that had a chance of success. He cleared the last few stages. It was very difficult. Now that the checkpoints had been reset, it would be a waste of his precious time to clear them again. Time waits for no man. Once the time was up, they would be sent out of Imperial Court Paradise. If he had not obtained the Strength Path Immortal Gu before this, not only would He Lulan not get her revenge, but she would also die. Because of this, He Lulan went against everyone's opinion and stubbornly decided to expand the scale and recruit foreign Gu masters, completely opening up 88-point Jinyang Tower. They could enter and leave 88-point Jinyang Tower at will. He tribe did not charge any fees. This way, excluding He tribe leader, the sacred palace was filled with jubilation. He Lulan has an unparalleled spirit, she did something that none of the previous generations of kings had done. I, Yi Lui Sang, am filled with admiration. Yi Lui Sang was the first to enter 88-point Jinyang Tower, his face glowing. He was the current tribe leader of Yi Lui tribe, he was originally a popular candidate for the Imperial Court Lord position, obtaining the support of the tribe's Gu Immortals, they did not hesitate to lend a Fire Path Immortal Gu to him. But Yi Lui Sang lost in the end. To protect the Fire Path Immortal Gu, he had no choice but to join He Lulan. Although he won in the end and successfully entered Imperial Court Blessed Land, to him, it was a humiliation for him to submit to He tribe as a super force. If he returned to the tribe, he would definitely be treated coldly, abandoned or even punished. If I gained a lot in 88-point Jinyang Tower, I can make up for my mistakes and return to the tribe with glory. Then, I will be able to make up for my mistake and return to the clan in glory. Yi Lui Sang was excited. Chang Shan-yin, don't be complacent. As long as you do not become a Gu Immortal, I will have a chance. 88-point Jinyang Tower is the foundation for my rise. Chang Biao's gaze was cold, he was also the first Gu master expert to enter the tower. He was not alone, he had a companion with him. It was Soul Blade General Pan Ping. Earlier, Pan Ping's opportunity was snatched by Fang Yuan in public on Xingjiu Peak, he was filled with indignation. After Chang Biao learned of this, he purposely got close to him and the two became partners. Go, become my vanguard, use your lives to expand my path. He Lulan sneered in her heart, activating the owner token while calmly looking at the first wave of people. The grand flow of people entered the tower one after another. After the flow of people gradually thinned, a tall and sturdy-looking man, Tai Bai Yunsheng, dressed in a white robe, appeared at the top floor of the sacred palace. Old Sir Tai Bai. He Lulan greeted. Lord Tribe Leader's spirit is astonishing, I am indebted to you. Tai Bai Yunsheng praised. He had an elegant demeanor and a leisurely aura. Since he could enter and leave as he wished, he was not in a hurry to rush in. Rounds that could give lifespan Gu as a reward were definitely at the back. He was not in a hurry now. After the two talked for a while, Tai Bai Yunsheng also entered the tower. There is strength in numbers. Soon, He Lulan sighed. From the owner token's information, in a short time, relying on the huge number of Gu masters, the first 30 rounds were quickly passed. But after the 40th round, just relying on numbers was not enough. Special Gu master experts were needed for hope. Pan Ping, Cheng Biao, Yi Lui Sang and Tai Bai Yunsheng worked one after another, pushing the round to the 53rd floor. Everyone had no choice but to stop. Enslavement path masters were needed to solve the problem. It seems we need Wolf King's help to pass this round. Tai Bai Yunsheng stroked his snow-white beard, muttering. In this imperial court contest, Fang Yuan's performance had left a deep impression on everyone. The glory of being the number one enslavement path Gu master in Northern Plains had already been delivered to him. Thus, when they encountered difficulties now, everyone immediately thought of Fang Yuan. Strange, why don't I see Chang Shanin? Yi Lui Sang looked around, but could not find him. Wolf King has gone out to walk his wolves. Soon, someone answered. Chang Shanin is indeed not an ordinary person. He can casually enter and exit 88-point Jinyang Tower, but he is not moved at all. Praises came from the crowd. Pan Ping snorted coldly and said in a sinister tone, "Everyone, don't forget that our wolf Wangda has already entered this building." According to reliable sources, he even got a high-grade clearance. After leaving the building, he immediately chose to go into seclusion. Even though Chief He Lulan repeatedly invited him, he refused to go. Everyone was well aware of the conflict between him and Fang Yuan. No one was willing to offend the famous Lone Blade General. The praises directed at Fang Yuan came to an abrupt end. Everyone fell into a brief silence. Many Gu master experts' expressions changed slightly. They had uneasy expressions. Pan Ping's intentions were sinister. He pointed out that Fang Yuan had once obtained great benefits and left enough room for everyone to imagine, successfully evoking the jealousy in everyone's hearts. It would have been better if they had not experienced it before. But now, everyone was charging forward. Many people had personally experienced it and could sense the enormous benefits of 88-point Jinyang Tower. This caused the hatred and jealousy in the depths of everyone's hearts. At this time, a young Gu master's voice broke the silence. Since 88-point Jinyang Tower is open to everyone, everyone can obtain benefits. Lord Father being able to obtain benefits is because of his ability. Everyone's gazes shifted over and found this person was not a bystander. It was Chang Shan Yin's own son, Chang Jiyu. Immediately, Pan Ping's expression froze as he stared at Chang Jiyu with a sinister gaze. Although Chang Jiyu's strength was slightly lower than Pan Ping's, his heart was filled with reverence towards his father and he stared back without showing any weakness. Pan Ping's killing intent surged in his heart, but he did not dare to make a move. For a moment, he was forced into a corner by this junior Chang Jiyu. The person with the most complex emotions was Chang Biao. He was actually Chang Jiyu's own father. At this moment, he watched as his own son defended the greatest enemy of his life. His heart was filled with endless bitterness and hatred. Cough, cough. Tai Bai Yunsheng stood up at this time to smooth things over. Everyone, it is better to focus on this round. The only thing we can do now is to ask Lord Wolf King for help. Among us, old Sir Tai Bai has the highest prestige. As long as you personally write a letter, you will definitely be able to invite Wolf Wangda. Gu masters spoke one after another. Once I spoke, Chang Biao and Pan Ping glanced at each other, feeling anxious in their hearts. If Wolf King came, he would definitely be able to pass this round. But this way. Not only would he be able to obtain the round reward, he would also be able to display his methods and increase his prestige. This was a situation neither of them wanted to see. Pan Ping wanted to say something but stopped. He had the intention to stop it, but he took the opportunity of Tai Bai Yunqing's interruption to get off the stage. If he was pitted against by Chang Jiyu again, he would probably lose all his face. Chang Biao had been secretly observing Pan Ping's expression, seeing that he opened his mouth several times but did not speak. Chang Biao inwardly scolded the coward, his gaze sweeping across the crowd and signaling to a spy in the crowd. This spy immediately understood and shouted from the crowd, "In my opinion, Wolf Wangde is a busy person, it might not be easy to invite him. It would be better to invite Lord Tang Miaoming. Her enslavement path attainment is already close to Master Realm." Tai Bai Yunqing's heart could not help but move. He had not interacted much with Fang Yuan, but he had truly experienced his arrogance. Chapter 572. At this point, Fang Yuan was already gasping in amazement. This mysterious Gu immortal who set up Di Qiu inheritance was definitely a refinement grandmaster. The entire Gu refinement process was using the power of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It was ingenious and bold. Even though Fang Yuan was the host, he was more like an assistant. Gu refinement was difficult, and refining an immortal Gu was even more difficult. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, to use an analogy, this huge rock had already been pushed to the mountain peak by the mysterious Gu immortal. Fang Yuan had only used his final bit of strength to push this huge rock down the mountain peak, and when it fell, it would be a success. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the underground cave had already turned into a black whirlpool. The whirlpool continued to spin, emitting a strange sound. Next, the tip of the tower slowly appeared, followed by the top, the body, and finally the base. A brand new small tower, with countless wild Gu inside, appeared from the whirlpool. Amazing! Once this small tower appeared, it more or less made up for the last flaw. Even if someone rushes here because of the commotion, they would not be able to see anything strange. Fang Yuan clapped his hands in praise. But, even though the tower was formed, why did the immortal Gu not appear? Fang Yuan's gaze was slightly solemn. He found that there was an intense light flickering in the small tower. There was even a faint connection in his heart, connected to it. He immediately understood that this was the incomplete form of the immortal Gu. He was about to use this connection to lure the immortal Gu out. Suddenly, this intense light was like an illusory shadow. It pierced through the air and flew towards the southeast direction. What's going on? Fang Yuan was shocked. At this point, the 4 steps of Gu refinement, light in the soil. The light reached 100,000 feet. 100 li sky travel, plum blossom snow fragrance, had already been completed. Fang Yuan had no idea about this change. 88-point Jinyang Tower has reformed. Hei Lulan is fully open. This is truly a huge move. Logically speaking, I should be going into the tower to challenge the rounds. That is only normal. The incomplete immortal Gu had already flown far away. Fang Yuan looked at the sacred palace and hesitated. Although he was out of the country, he had already arranged his chess pieces. Whether it was the Chang family or the Gu family, news was transmitted to him in real time. The longer Fang Yuan had left the sacred palace, the more suspicious he would become. If they were to stop because of a bottleneck, they would need the Wolf King's strength. If someone came looking for it, it would take some time for the message to be delivered. Fang Yuan still did not know that his enemy, Chang Biao, had indirectly helped him a little. At this moment, Tang Miaoming was in a dangerous situation. He had successfully broken through the barrier. Everyone in the building cheered. In the end, Immortal Gu was more important. Fang Yuan only hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. He spread his wings and chased after the strong light. This powerful light was shaped like a silkworm cocoon. It stuck close to the ground and moved at an astonishing speed that left one speechless. It was also because of the bushes and trees blocking the way. It was not eye-catching. Fang Yuan chased after him in the sky, trying his best to cover his tracks. The wolf pack abandoned everything and disappeared without a trace. As time passed, the bright light became dimmer and dimmer, but its speed increased. Although he was rank 5 peak stage, his speed was not at the peak of mortals. He had a hard time chasing after it, but he was not completely left behind. In the end, it was because this incomplete immortal goo was not completed by Fang Yuan alone. Different from when he refined divine travel goo, this time, Fang Yuan was only an assistant. He relied on the heavenly power of 88-point Jinyang Tower to reverse flow. He was also immortal. Being able to communicate with the incomplete immortal goo was already the result of his hard work. The strong light flew out of the valley and suddenly entered a waterfall, vanishing without a trace. But through the connection in his mind, Fang Yuan sensed that the incomplete immortal goo had stopped moving. Fang Yuan went through the waterfall, but crashed into the slippery mountain rocks. Rocks flew and water splashed. Strange. Fang Yuan felt strange. The connection in his mind was still telling him that the strong light was in this water, but he split the water and even destroyed this waterfall, but he could not find any traces of the immortal goo. Am I going to fail at the last step? No, there is something fishy about this place. He flew up and looked down at this area. This small waterfall had already turned into a pool. It was extremely ordinary. The valley was nameless. It was not a place with abundant spiritual energy. Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed on this pool. The connection in his mind was telling him that the incomplete immortal goo was clearly inside, but even if he went through the pool and controlled the water flow, he could not find it. At this time, it was time to test the Goo Master's investigative goo. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up. He tried many methods to investigate. Although he was not good at investigating, he could control Hu Immortal Blessed Land and communicate with Jewel Yellow Skies. He did not lack rank 5 mortal goo. Only when he tried the 57th method and spent a considerable amount of immortal Yuan stone, did he discover something. He saw that in the pool, there was a vague building. It was like a flower in the mirror, the moon in the water. He entered the pool, but could not enter the building. After trying several times to no avail, Fang Yuan gasped. A light of inspiration flashed in his mind. He finally recognized the origin of this building. Don't tell me this is the long-lost Immortal Goo House, Water Pavilion? Immortal Goo were unique. Immortal Goo houses were also unique. This water pavilion was inferior to 88-point Jinyang Tower. It was only rank 7. But its reputation was also widespread. It was the signature of Goo Immortal Shui Ni back then. Shui Ni was a rank 8 Goo Immortal, a legend who created water paths. She was also the founder of Spirit Affinity House, one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Compared to 88-point Jinyang Tower's grandeur, Water Pavilion could be attached to the water. It was illusory and miraculous. It could go with the flow. It could also stay in the mist and travel in the sky. It could even hide in a corner of frost, a quiet corner. Without the token to enter, Water Pavilion could even block rank 8 Goo Immortals. But right now, this building was ownerless. Its doors were wide open. Fang Yuan was previously kept in the dark, but now that he found out the truth, he naturally had a method to enter. To enter Water Pavilion, I can only turn into water. There is a killer move called Water Spirit Transformation. By combining several goo, I can turn into a water fairy. My battle strength will rise sharply and I will have the home advantage. Fang Yuan searched through his memories and immediately found a method. But in the end, Hu Immortal Land's spirit helped him in Jewel Yellow Skies. He bought a rank 5 Surge Goo. This goo could allow a Goo Master to turn into a torrent for a short period of time, charging forward for a certain distance. But it had already been eliminated by the Goo Master world. It was because the Goo Master turned into a torrent. Once they were attacked by Fire Path Goo worms, they would suffer heavy injuries at best, or even die at worst. But Fang Yuan did not use this goo to fight. Using it to enter Water Pavilion was much more convenient than combining goo worms to form the killer move Water Spirit Transformation. Swoosh! Fang Yuan turned into a torrent and charged into Water Pavilion. The pavilion was neither big nor small. It had 3 floors. It was richly ornamented. Vases, tables and chairs, it showed the style of ancient times. After Fang Yuan successfully entered, he stored the surge goo and went to the third floor. He pushed open a door. He found the early stage immortal goo again. This early stage immortal goo was like a cocoon, it was the size of a thumb. Right now, it was submerged in a large vermilion bowl. This bowl was bigger than a water tank, its mouth was uneven like a shark's teeth. Inside was a pool of eerie blue liquid, cold air was emitting from it. So it was like this. Fang Yuan came to a realization. Although he had completed 4 steps and refined the early stage immortal goo. But it was not complete yet. It still needed to be nurtured before it could be nurtured. The mysterious goo immortal had set up water pavilion here. It was to provide the early stage immortal goo with an excellent nurturing ground. On the surface of the vermilion bowl, there were several lines of words. Fang Yuan tried to identify them, but even with his vast knowledge, he could only recognize a small portion of the meaning. These are Inkman characters. Legend says that they are the first characters formed by the water droplets from Qian Kun crystal walls Book Mountains when spring. Fang Yuan was shocked. This type of characters had been lost long ago. Even the Inkmen, after they were forced to move out of Book Mountain, very few knew about it. The goo immortals of Jewel Yellow Skies should have the research materials on Inkman characters. After all, many goo immortals are interested in Book Mountain, they have been searching for the gray-white stone slabs, trying to recreate Qian Kun crystal wall. Fang Yuan had a thought, immediately contacting Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit. The value of Hu Immortal Blessed Land was displayed once again. It allowed a mere mortal like Fang Yuan to use the precious resources of a goo immortal. After spending a huge price to exchange for some Inkman characters, Fang Yuan compared them on the spot, analyzing the characters on the wall of the bowl for the first time. The result made Fang Yuan surprised and joyful, so this inheritance was created by Mo Yao. This Mo Yao was an extremely talented person, she was the 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Her identity was special, she was an Inkman. But eventually, she broke through the shackles of her race and became a rank 7 goo immortal. Her most outstanding contribution to the righteous path was to change the demonic path overlord of 10,000 years ago, Sword Demon Bo Qing. Bo Qing was a lone cultivator, he started off as an insignificant person. But his talent was outstanding, he created sword path goo worms by himself, he roamed the 5 regions unrivaled. He was the most dazzling rank 8 peak stage expert in the vast history of the world. His battle strength was outstanding, he shocked heaven and earth, his sword path goo worms were unique, they had unparalleled power. He was known as the pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword, he was blessed by love. The meaning was, this person's battle strength was terrifying, he was only inferior to the immortal venerables and demon venerables. Fortunately, he was blessed by love, he turned from demonic to righteous, it was truly a great blessing for the world. Back then, Bo Qing was favored by everyone, he was the best candidate to advance to rank 9 realm. But in the end, he failed to advance to rank 9 and turned into ashes. As his wife, Mo Yao also risked her life for him, and in the end, she died with him. According to historical records, Mo Yao was a genuine refinement path grandmaster. No wonder, back then, when Giant Sun Immortal recruited concubines, Central Continent's 10 sects all offered beautiful female goo masters. Among them, Spirit Affinity House even sent several female goo immortals to enter the palaces and offer themselves to the immortal venerable. Among the concubines that Giant Sun Immortal had favored, there were several powerhouses that came from Spirit Affinity House. Since he was the person who shared the same bed, his understanding of the sacred palace and 88 True Yang building far surpassed that of others. Mo Yao was the 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, she was naturally nurtured by Spirit Affinity House, investigating the secrets of 88-point Jinyang Tower was a piece of cake for her. The water pavilion in this place could also be explained. The middle part of the ink text introduced the information of this immortal goo, Calamity Beckoning Goo. Chapter 573. Fang Yuan grinned as he looked at the ink text on the wall of the bowl. This calamity beckoning goo was rank 7, a grade higher than Fang Yuan's spring-autumn cicada. Its effect was extremely mystical, it actually involved earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. The middle part of the ink text had a detailed explanation. Calamity beckoning goo could attract calamities and calamities for goo immortals, it could divert the earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations from their original targets to themselves. Fang Yuan's expression could not help but become strange. Who would dare to use such an immortal goo? Heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations were such troublesome destructive powers, such terrifying heavenly power. They could live peacefully, but using calamity beckoning goo to attract these heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, wasn't this simply courting death? Goo immortal Mo Yao, the great 36th generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, why would she refine such an immortal goo? The latter part of the ink text provided a reason. It turned out that she really wanted to die. Back then, she and Bo Qing fell in love and became a righteous path couple, they were a legend in the 5 regions. Sword immortal Bo Qing was extremely talented, he was invincible in the world, people called him the pseudo-immortal venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword, he was fortunate to live for the sake of love. Looking at the world, looking at his life, the only thing in front of him was the supreme goal of advancing to rank 9. However, advancing to rank 9 was extremely dangerous, even a grand sword immortal would feel like he was walking on thin ice, he only had a 15% chance of success. Bo Qing had lofty ambitions, he was determined to advance to the peak of rank 9. Mo Yao could not persuade him, she could only help with the preparations with tears in her eyes. Bo Qing set up his inheritance and made arrangements for his funeral, his first attempt failed and he was heavily injured for 70 years, he was bedridden and could not move at all, it was Mo Yao who took care of him. After his injuries healed, Bo Qing wanted to advance to rank 9 again. Mo Yao knew this was difficult, especially at the final hurdle of advancing to rank 9, there would be endless earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations descending. Even though Bo Qing had unparalleled battle strength, he lacked stamina. In order to help her lover, she secretly betrayed her sect and targeted 88-point Jinyang Tower. 88-point Jinyang Tower was the arrangement of a famous immortal venerable, long-hair ancestor's work, it was the #1 immortal goo house in the world. Mo Yao had started researching it long ago, he gained insights from it and deepened his refinement path grandmaster attainment. Even though she was only a variant human and did not have Giant Sun's bloodline, during Giant Sun's era, Spirit Affinity House had consecrated many outstanding women who became Giant Sun Immortals' concubines. Among them, there were several female goo immortals who had obtained Giant Sun Immortals' favor. Thus, Spirit Affinity House kept many of Giant Sun Immortals' secrets, among them, they knew even more about 88-point Jinyang Tower. From these documents, Mo Yao learned the secret of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Imperial Court Blessed Land was located in the center of Northern Plains, it was vast and had 2 heavens, it was also separated into the black and white heavens, it had the effect of 88-point Jinyang Tower, it was extremely blessed. Thus, every once in a while, it would attract extremely fierce earthly calamities and heavenly tribulations. Giant Sun Immortal considered this, when he constructed 88-point Jinyang Tower, he put in a divert disaster goo, it was an important foundation of 88-point Jinyang Tower. This goo was rank 7 and was one of the essence of Giant Sun Immortal's luck path, it could divert the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities in Imperial Court Blessed Land to the outside world. This way, it formed the 10-year blizzard calamity that spread throughout the whole of Northern Plains. Conversely, Giant Sun Immortal used the 10-year blizzard calamity to set the rules, forming the tradition of the contest for Imperial Court. Mo Yao found a loophole that was not a loophole at this point. It turned out that Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88-point Jinyang Tower coexisted, every 10 years, it would attract vast and powerful heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. At this time, Imperial Court Blessed Land needed to open a crack and use divert disaster goo to divert the calamities and tribulations away. Imperial Court Blessed Land was set up by Giant Sun Immortal, only mortals could enter and exit, goo immortals were not allowed to enter. But when divert disaster, Imperial Court Blessed Land would open a crack and flood of calamities and tribulations would be released, the immortal venerables arrangement to prevent goo immortals from entering and leaving would not work. Mo Yao used this crack and risked her life to go against the calamities and tribulations to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. She observed for close to 10 years, using her Grandmaster attainment. After much difficulty, she found the crucial node. It was the small tower at Dichio. Next, she risked awakening giant sun's will and destroyed the small tower, using the flow of heavenly power to sense divert disaster goo and create a cave to brew calamity beckoning goo. After successfully refining the incomplete immortal goo, she casually set up the immortal goo house water pavilion in this nameless valley. Inside, Mo Yao nurtured the incomplete immortal goo and brought calamity beckoning goo, using the blessed land's divert disaster goo to sneak back to the outside world. She did not destroy these arrangements as a precaution. If Bo Qing failed in his breakthrough again, calamity beckoning goo would be destroyed by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, then she would enter the blessed land again and refine calamity beckoning goo. However, this time, she never came back. Sword Immortal Bo Qing failed in his second attempt to break through to rank 9, turning into ashes in the mighty heavenly tribulation. And Mo Yao died along with him. So that's it. Breaking through to rank 9 was extremely difficult and dangerous. Mo Yao secretly set up this inheritance before that. She did not point out the true contents of the inheritance because this action was a betrayal to the sect. But in the end, she still left the clues to the sect. In my previous life, 500 years later, Central Continent goo immortals conspired against Imperial Court Blessed Land and destroyed 88 True Yang building. They were using this clue from her. Fang Yuan recalled it now and immediately felt like the fog had dissipated, everything made sense. At the end of the inked text, there was a poem, "The path to immortality is long and obstructive, we meet at the ends of the world. Time passes suddenly, love and hatred have lasted for a long time. At the end of the path to immortality, I miss my Lord's safety. Life and death are boundless, I return home for my Lord's dream." Evidently, this was written by Mo Yao. The path of a goo immortal is long and difficult, but I was fortunate enough to meet my Lord. Unknowingly, love and hatred intertwined, unable to extricate myself. My Lord's gaze was fixed at the end of the path to immortality. My gaze was on my Lord. Advancing to rank 9, 9 deaths and 1 life, I am not willing to be separated by life and death, I am willing to devote my life to my Lord, to help him realize his dream. To protect her lover, to help Bo Qing reach the peak of goo immortal, Mo Yao was willing to sacrifice herself, using calamity beckoning goo to attract the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity to herself. Truly an amazing woman. Fang Yuan sighed. Even though he would not make such a sacrifice for love, this did not stop Fang Yuan from understanding such a person. In fact, this understanding was even deeper than others. Living in this world, people always had desires, goals, and meanings. Mo Yao's goal was for her lover. And Fang Yuan's goal was to pursue eternal life. Different desires, different goals, different meanings, they created all kinds of people in the world, unique heroes and ruthless people. Fang Yuan's gaze landed on the huge vermilion bowl again. The cocoon had already been broken, calamity beckoning goo had completely formed. It was like a cocoon, its whole body was grayish-white, it was only the size of a pinky, it was floating in the water. Calamity beckoning goo was a genuine self-sacrifice goo, Mo Yao used it to sacrifice himself for others. To Fang Yuan, this goo seemed useless, but it had huge value. Firstly, it was an immortal goo. Even if he did not use it, he could sell it in jewel yellow skies and exchange it for a huge sum of immortal yuan stone. Secondly, it was a luck path goo worm, it could attract heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Calamities and tribulations were strong, but as long as one's body was tough and could endure it, it could be used to harm others. Finally, it was formed with the help of one of the cornerstones of 88-point Jinyang Tower, divert disaster goo. It and divert disaster gu could be said to be two sides of the same coin, one was calamity beckoning, the other divert disaster. Just with this relationship, it would be a huge help to Fang Yuan's trip to 88-point Jinyang Tower. However, although there was a layer of restraint in his heart, there was still a hurdle to completely subdue this gu. In the inked text on the wall of the bowl, Emma Yao had mentioned it in detail. To subdue calamity beckoning gu, certain conditions were needed. Although it did not matter if one was an immortal or mortal, it required the fated person to have a heart of self-sacrifice. If one did not have such a heart, forcefully subduing it would result in the immortal gu's backlash, or even the immortal gu's self-destruction, bringing disaster to one's life. In Water Pavilion, Fang Yuan stood in front of the huge bowl, expressionless. A heart of self-sacrifice, did he have it? Cough, cough, cough. Tang Miaoming covered her mouth with a handkerchief, her brows were tightly furrowed, showing a pained expression. Big sister. Tang tribe's third young master Tang Fang called out, his face filled with pain. Tang Miaoming was half lying on the bed, waving her hand, indicating to Tang Fang not to worry. Tang Fang looked at the blood on Big Sister's handkerchief, sighing deeply. Big sister, why do you have to risk your life like this? So what if you pass this round? Father and the rest have already passed away. Big sister, you are my only kin, if something happens to you, what will I do? Tang Miaoming stretched out her hand, lightly stroking Tang Fang's hair. Third brother, you are our Tang tribe leader, don't be so unambitious. In this imperial court contest, our Tang tribe suffered disastrous losses, we were almost annexed by other tribes. Now is a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity, we need to borrow the 88 True Yang building to make our tribe strong and prosperous again. Tang Fang disapprovingly curled his lips, but big sister, you forcefully passed the round and caused serious injuries, the gains do not make up for the losses. I, your third brother, feel heartache, these days I don't even have the mood to take care of the tribe's affairs. What? Tang Miaoming heard this and her expression turned solemn, her sharp gaze fixed on Tang Fang. She reprimanded without hesitation, Tang Fang tribe leader, you have a heavy responsibility, how can you be so sentimental? Revitalizing the tribe is your responsibility, it is the meaning of being a tribe leader. From today onwards, I do not want to hear similar complaints, do you understand? Big sister, I was wrong. Tang Fang hurriedly stood up from the bed, his face full of shame as he lowered his head to admit his mistake. Since young, big sister was the one who treated him the best. Tang Miaoming's gaze gradually turned gentle, she faintly sighed, third brother, I know you have a lively personality, you like to roam the world, living an unrestrained life. But as the last man in the family, you should be brave enough to bear the burden. From today onwards, the meaning of your life is to revitalize the tribe, do you understand? Big sister is right, little brother understands. Don't be angry, I already have injuries on my body. Tang Miaoming was still solemn, when you return, copy the first stanza of the third chapter of The Legends of Renzu 10 times overnight. Tang Fang's heart was instantly filled with warmth. Since young, big sister's punishment was to make him copy books. Big sister, rest first, I will go and copy now. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3 stanza, Renzu's second daughter, Desolate Guyue, went to Qingbai Mountain to find Success Gu in order to save her father from the door of life and death. But at the last moment, she failed. She lost herself and became an ugly and powerful monster. Without his daughter's help, and his eldest son, verdant great son, became even more dispirited, Renzu was trapped in Luopa Valley, unable to survive. Luopa Valley was like a huge labyrinth, twisting and turning. Occasionally, a vast bewilderment fog would spread out, causing the soul to relax. Sometimes, Luopa wind would blow like a sharp blade, cutting the soul. Renzu was a soul body, he could not find the way out of the bewilderment fog, the Luopa wind cut his soul, causing him to become weaker and weaker, his situation becoming more dangerous. The soul fragments cut by the Luopa wind gradually condensed into a young man. Like this, Renzu's third son was born. He was Northern Dark Ice Soul. Oh my son, thank you for your company. I do not have much time left, in my final days, because of your company, I am not lonely at all. Renzu sighed. Northern Dark Ice Soul was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Although he did not speak much, he was very filial towards Renzu. Seeing Renzu getting weaker day by day, his mood became increasingly heavy. He was determined to save Renzu. Renzu could feel his determination. He felt gratified and pained at the same time. Don't bother, my son, I appreciate your filial piety. But I understand now, life and death cannot be forced. Humans have to die eventually, this is the fate of humans. Northern Dark Ice Soul sobbed, Father, I know what you said is right. I also know that my efforts will be in vain. But seeing you getting weaker like this, if I do not work hard, my heart will feel even more terrible. Let me do something for you. Renzu sighed, he could only let him go. Northern Dark Ice Soul wandered in Luopa Valley. He was born here. The Luopa wind could not cut his soul, the bewilderment fog could not block his vision. He searched bitterly, but could not find the way out. Just as he was getting more and more desperate, he encountered a goo worm. Ayaya, to think I was discovered by you. This goo worm looked like a ladybug, it was fat like a ball, but it was extremely agile, flashing around Northern Dark Ice Soul. Northern Dark Ice Soul's eyes brightened, he asked curiously, What goo are you? My name is Accident. This goo worm answered. Northern Dark Ice Soul's gaze dimmed, so you are Accident Goo, but you are not Success Goo. Accident Goo sneered, Young man, don't look down on me. I am an existence that makes Success Goo love and hate. The power of accident is very strong. Do you know what it means for you to meet me here? What? Accident Goo shook its fat body, saying proudly, What is this place? This is Luopa Valley, a death realm. You are here, it means you are already dead. But you met me, it means you met with an accident in death. That is, rebirth. Hold on to me tightly, I will bring you back to the human world and revive you. Really? Northern Dark Ice Soul was overjoyed, Can I bring my father with me? Accident Goo shook its head, You met me, not your father, so I can only bring you with me. Northern Dark Ice Soul was extremely disappointed, he rejected, Since I cannot bring my father, I will not leave either. I want to accompany my father until his final moments. Accident Goo laughed loudly, saying in a domineering tone, The accidents of life cannot be rejected. Young man, you must leave with me. The moment it finished speaking, Accident Goo forcefully brought Northern Dark Ice Soul away from the door of life and death, returning to the human world. Northern Dark Ice Soul had a living body of flesh and blood, facing the huge world alone, he felt extremely lost. Accident Goo disappeared, he suddenly recalled Renzu's words, he had a second sister called Desolate Guyuein. At this time, Cognition Goo found him, Young man, don't doubt me, cognition has always been a person's friend, I am here to help you. Cognition Goo told Northern Dark Ice Soul about Chengbai Mountain and Desolate Guyuein. Northern Dark Ice Soul decided to meet his second sister first. When he saw Desolate Guyuein, he shed tears of sadness. Northern Dark Ice Soul tried to communicate with Desolate Guyuein. But Desolate Guyuein, who had turned into a monster, kept on muttering questions. Where is this? Northern Dark Ice Soul pondered for a moment before replying, This is the human world, living beings can move around here. Above us is the sky, below us is the earth. Who am I? Desolate Guyuein asked again. You are a human, Renzu's second daughter, your name is Desolate Guyuein. You are my second sister. Northern Dark Ice Soul replied. Second sister, wake up quickly. Our father is dead, he is trapped in Luopa Valley, we need to hurry and save him. Renzu. Desolate Guyuein. Save? The monster shook its head in confusion, why should I save him? Shouldn't humans die? What's wrong with death? Why do humans live? Why do I live? This time, Northern Dark Ice Soul could not answer. Why do humans live? While Northern Dark Ice Soul was thinking about this question, Bewilderment Goo quietly arrived beside him, causing him to lose his senses of his surroundings. Along with it were Love Goo and Disguise Goo. Cognition Goo saw them and felt an incomparable headache. These Goo were famous for being mischievous, they often moved together, even Cognition Goo did not want to provoke them. Love, haven't you harmed enough people? Why don't you let them go? Cognition Goo sighed. Don't try to reason with me, I am unreasonable. Love Goo's tone was unruly, get lost, Cognition, I don't like you. Cognition Goo was helpless, it could only retreat. Another person has come. Ha! Love Goo saw Northern Dark Ice Soul and was very happy, because it had another target to play with. It was sworn brothers with Disguise Goo, it immediately used its strength to disguise as Cognition Goo. Young man, your second sister has forgotten herself. If you want to save her, you need to find Meaning Goo. Love Goo said. Northern Dark Ice Soul came back to his senses, he did not suspect anything, he asked Love Goo, I have seen Accident Goo before, may I ask, where is this Meaning Goo? How do I find it? Love Goo used a solemn tone to deceive him, oh human, you need to know, your lives in this world have meaning. As long as you find Meaning Goo, you will be able to wake up your second sister. Follow the direction I point, keep walking, you will find Meaning Goo. Northern Dark Ice Soul expressed his gratitude and immediately set off. Love Goo, Bewilderment Goo, and Disguise Goo looked at his departing figure and laughed loudly. How could there be Meaning Goo in this world? There was no such Goo worm, Northern Dark Ice Soul could not find it no matter how hard he tried. Fool, who asked you to anger me? I will let you know that the punishment of love is extremely terrifying. Next, we will follow him and take turns to toy with him. Love Goo's suggestion was approved by the other two Goo. Like this, Northern Dark Ice Soul was toyed with by the three Goo, he suffered greatly. But in order to find the non-existent Meaning Goo, he persevered. This spirit moved Cognition Goo. While Love Goo was not around, Cognition Goo came to Northern Dark Ice Soul's side, wanting to help him again. Cognition, what are you doing here? We are having fun. Bewilderment Goo and Disguise Goo rejected Cognition. Cognition Goo laughed, I am afraid of love, but I am not afraid of you too. Oh young man, use my strength to wake up. Northern Dark Ice Soul used Cognition Goo's ability to recognize the truth, he was no longer confused and saw through the disguise. Bewilderment Goo and Disguise Goo could only leave in defeat. Northern Dark Ice Soul expressed his gratitude to Cognition Goo, thank you, Cognition Goo, because of you, I thought of a way to save my second sister. Oh. What method is that? In this world, Meaning Goo does not exist. But I can create a Meaning Goo. Northern Dark Ice Soul said confidently. A person's life had no meaning, but it could be given a meaning. Northern Dark Ice Soul returned to Desolate Guyue and personally created a Meaning Goo, placing it in Desolate Guyue's mind. I am alive to find success Goo and save father. I understand. Desolate Guyue's eyes shined. The meaning of living. Tang Feng put down the pen in his hand. It was already deep into the night, in this imperial court blessed land, a gentle silver radiance covered the land. After continuously copying books, he was deeply moved. People living in this world will always feel lost. But as long as they find the meaning of their life, they will find their direction and move forward bravely. At the same time, they will know what they want and what they do not want, and they will not fear sacrifice. Big Sister's intention in asking me to copy books is probably this. He lightly pushed open the window, looking at the glorious and beautiful sacred palace, he thought of all kinds of people, some strong, some weak. His emotions gradually became excited, every person's life has all kinds of meaning. And my meaning is to lead the tribe towards prosperity. At the same time, Water Pavilion. Heart of self-sacrifice. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a proud sneer. He stretched out his right hand. Without any hesitation, he reached into the bowl and took out Calamity Beckoning Goo. Absorbing his aura, Calamity Beckoning Goo's body flashed and became Fang Yuan's possession. The whole process was extremely smooth, there were no tremors or backlash. With his identity as a transmigrator, his 500 years of experience in his previous life, he had already seen through life and death, family, friendship, and love were not his interests. Only eternal life, this grand and unreachable goal, could make his journey in life show intense interest. This was the meaning he had given to this life. But pursuing eternal life did not mean he was afraid of death, afraid of failure. Towards death and failure, he accepted it calmly. In fact, whether eternal life existed or not, there was no evidence to prove it. But so what if it did not exist? Fang Yuan enjoyed this process. In the process of pursuing eternal life, he found the meaning, he felt that this life was full of interest. His body's low-level desires, the satisfaction of love and hate, he was already sick of them. Only eternal life was a worthy goal. Thus, I already have the resolution to sacrifice myself. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold, he played with the rank 7 immortal goo in his hand. Chapter 574. Fang Yuan carefully looked at Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo in his hand. This goo was rank 7, after being nurtured by the giant vermilion bowl, it had already formed completely. It was the size of a pinky, grayish-white in color and was extremely exquisite, resembling a silkworm chrysalis. As Fang Yuan played with it, Calamity Beckoning Goo continued to absorb his aura. Fang Yuan could clearly feel that the deepest connection between him and Calamity Beckoning Goo was becoming deeper and longer. Fang Yuan's heart rippled slightly. It would be a lie if he did not sigh. In his previous life, he had gone through untold hardships and slaughtered countless lives to refine a rank 6 spring-autumn cicada. Now, with the advantage of rebirth, he had obtained Calamity Beckoning Goo before he was even 100 years old, which was a rank higher than spring-autumn cicada. Calamity Beckoning Goo's effect was extremely unique, it sacrificed itself to attract heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. But Fang Yuan firmly believed that a goo master's use of goo depended on their thoughts. Like the chainsaw golden centipede, a rank 4 mortal goo master, Electric Saw Mad Demon, could use different methods against it. Then why couldn't he, Fang Yuan, create new uses for it? Let's not talk about other things, just the existence of this Calamity Beckoning Goo proves that the legendary luck path truly exists. Giant Sun Immortal had been extremely lucky his entire life, it was rumored that it was because of the luck path goo worms he created. However, this rumor had never been verified. But now, the Calamity Beckoning Goo in Fang Yuan's hands belonged to Luck Path. It was an immortal goo refined by Refinement Path Grandmaster Mo Yao through the senses of Divert Disaster Goo in 88-point Jinyang Tower. Divert Disaster Goo, Calamity Beckoning Goo, these were Luck Path goo worms. The ink text on the surface of the bowl was a strong proof. Mo Yao even pointed out in the text that Giant Sun Immortal's luck path goo worms could snatch other people's good luck and use it on himself, at the same time, it could also divert his bad luck and divert the calamity to someone else. As a complete path, luck path had a clear structure, it included attack, defense, divert, healing and other aspects. It was just that everyone had the invisible and colorless luck that was targeted at them. After Luck Path was created by the Giant Sun Immortal, he had kept it a secret, silently making a fortune. The Giant Sun Immortal is the great thief of luck. Once the Giant Sun dies, the great thief of luck will disappear. Mo Yao expressed his feelings in the article. This strange woman had a strong personality, she even dared to make such comments about the celestial venerables. She even speculated that the treasury chamber of 88-point Jinyang Tower might contain the legacy of the Giant Sun Immortal's luck Dao. If I can inherit this legacy, will I be able to replicate the success of the Giant Sun Immortal? Fang Yuan's heart palpitated with excitement. He pondered for a moment before placing Calamity Beckoning Goo into the vermilion bowl again. Although Calamity Beckoning Goo had already formed, Fang Yuan could not refine it yet. Although the connection in his heart was extremely strong, there was still a qualitative difference from truly becoming the owner of Calamity Beckoning Goo. Fang Yuan was still a mortal now, he did not have immortal essence to refine it. This situation was different from when he refined Divine Travel Goo back then. In Three Kings' blessed land, he refined fixed immortal travel Goo with the land's spirit's help, he was the leader. Thus, once fixed immortal travel Goo was born, it became his Goo worm. But it could not be used. If not for the land's spirit's help, Fang Yuan would not have been able to teleport to Hu immortal blessed land. And the entire process of refining Calamity Beckoning Goo relied on the backflow of the 88-point Jinyang Tower's heavenly power. Fang Yuan was at most an assistant, he did not have the land's spirit's help. Honestly speaking, it was already very good to be able to reach this stage. Only after I become a Goo immortal can I truly refine it. Before that, I can only leave Calamity Beckoning Goo here. Without becoming a Goo immortal, there would be no immortal aperture to store Calamity Beckoning Goo. If he took it out publicly, the immortal Goo's aura would spread and it would attract countless covetous people. Fang Yuan was not worried about people like He Lulan or Tai Baiyunsheng. He had many wolf groups now, and his strength path cultivation was also sufficient. He was mainly worried about giant sun immortals while inside 88-point Jinyang Tower. Earlier, the immortal Goo's aura was weak, now that the immortal Goo had formed, if he took it out, would it trigger giant sun immortals' will and awaken it? Fang Yuan did not want to take this risk, moreover, his main plan had not been completed yet, he needed to hide and wait. Who would have thought that there would be a rank 7 immortal Goo in this nameless valley? But before that, I should first refine a portion of this water pavilion before leaving. Fang Yuan pondered. Water Pavilion was a famous immortal Goo house. As a mortal, Fang Yuan actually wanted to refine it, this seemed like a wild fantasy, but it was actually quite feasible. Even something as strong as 88-point Jinyang Tower had loopholes for Fang Yuan to take advantage of. Now that the Water Pavilion was ownerless, there was naturally an opportunity to take advantage of it. Speaking of which, one had to talk about the essence of Goo houses. What was a Goo house? Not to mention Fang Yuan's previous life, after rebirth, he had encountered many Goo houses. Among them, there was the most common Goo house 3-star cave. When retrieved, it would turn into seeds. After planting, it would form a towering tree with an empty space in the middle and 3 layers. There was Lizard House Goo, it looked like a lizard with different colors. The eye sockets would become windows, the mouth would have a door, it could move freely. There was also the Mushroom Forest Goo house, by planting large numbers of mushroom room Goo, the mushroom houses would form a courtyard. These were mortal Goo, and there were also the immortal Goo houses 88-point Jinyang Tower and Water Pavilion. Goo houses had developed to this point, they were extremely complex, there were countless of them. But if one traced back to the source, the publicly recognized pioneers were the Green Tortoise Group of 7. These 7 were demonic path Goo masters of the olden antiquity era, they were septuplets from the same mother, from birth to death, they had always been in love, advancing and retreating together. They were skilled in defense, they were all rank 5 peak stage Goo masters, they even had a defensive killer move called Tortoise House, when they worked together. They relied on this move to defend against 3 attacks from Goo immortals. They created the famous agreement of 3 moves that went down in history. And this Tortoise House was the first Goo house in the history of Goo masters. Thus, in essence, a Goo house was a killer move formed by the combination of several or even dozens of Goo worms. Mushroom Forest Goo house was a classic example. It was a courtyard formed by a large number of mushroom room Goo. 88-point Jinyang Tower was the representative of the peak, it had defense, collection, storage and other effects. It was formed by countless small towers, Divert Disaster Goo was one of the main foundations. After sacrificing the collected wild Goo, they would form a heavenly force and form the main building. There was also White Bone Chariot. Back then, Proud Bone Demon Lord Shinjiao had amazing talent. When he advanced to rank 6, he did not have any immortal goo, so he created a killer move called White Bone Chariot. White Bone Chariot was formed by many rank 5 goo like a white bone wheel. It was powerful and could match rank 6 immortal goo. White Bone Chariot was actually a goo house. As for 3-star cave, Lizard House Goo, and Great Lizard House Goo, they were all evolved branches. They were the true simplifications of goo houses. Normal goo houses were formed by the combination of several goo worms. As for 3-star cave and the others, they were simplified into one goo, thus their power was greatly reduced. They were more like ordinary goo. And Water Pavilion was a rank 7 immortal goo house. This meant that among the goo worms that formed it, there was at least one rank 7 immortal goo. With my current strength, I cannot refine immortal goo. But I can still refine other mortal goo. This was the source of Fang Yuan's confidence in refining Water Pavilion. There were not many obstacles in the refinement process. Water Pavilion was one of the symbols of Spirit Affinity House. It was controlled by Fairy Mo Yao back then. For her lover, Mo Yao betrayed the sect and refined Calamity Beckoning Goo, sacrificing herself. This immortal goo house became ownerless. This way, Water Pavilion was an open embrace to Fang Yuan, a little beauty that he could do whatever he wanted. Amazing, there are actually over 3,000 goo worms that formed Water Pavilion. And each goo worm is interlinked with each other, faintly resonating with each other. The core is the rank 7 water fusion goo. It can allow the goo master to completely fuse with water. As long as the water exists, the goo master will not die. Other than that, there are 2 supplementary immortal goo, the rank 6 movement immortal goo Worldly Wave Trace, and the Wisdom Path immortal goo Delight in Water and Mountain Goo. The refinement process was the process of gaining a deeper understanding of Water Pavilion. The refinement of immortal goo far surpassed Fang Yuan's ability. He could forget about it. What he started with were rank 1 and rank 2 mortal goo. After spending 6 hours, Fang Yuan felt dizzy as he refined 500 rank 1 and 2 mortal goo for his own use. In this way, I will have 10% control over the Water Pavilion. Even if I am discovered, with this 10% control, I can obstruct the enemy for some time. This time is enough for me to be alerted and rush over. After another 2 hours, Fang Yuan's control increased to 13%. The further he went, the more difficult it was to refine. It is a pity that I have Spring-Autumn Cicada. It is like a ticking time bomb. I cannot use Time Path Instant Success Goo to assist in the refinement, otherwise the results would be much more than this. Fang Yuan's head was spinning. He knew he had reached his limit. The rank 5 peak stage primeval essence in his 2 apertures was almost expended. But just as he was about to retract his mind, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Time passes quickly. I have finally met you today by fate. Following this indistinct sigh, a beautiful woman with a black veil over her face and eyes as dark as the night appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. This is Fairy Mo Yao's will. When did it enter my mind? Fang Yuan was shocked. So much time had passed. Mo Yao was not a venerable, but she still had her will. This showed how powerful her cultivation was back then. Fang Yuan was already prepared, but Fairy Mo Yao clearly had a special method. She could actually make her will enter Fang Yuan's mind without a trace. This method was no small matter. Mo Yao's will entered his mind. If she had evil intentions and attacked, Fang Yuan would not be able to bear the consequences. Fang Yuan was not a wisdom path expert. Only wisdom path goo masters had the ability to restrain such wills. There was an even more crucial point. When a person thinks, they would first have thoughts. These thoughts would collide in their mind and change, creating new thoughts. This was the result of thinking. Right now, Mo Yao's will entered Fang Yuan's mind. She could clearly sense every thought that Fang Yuan had. If Mo Yao's will knew about Spring-Autumn Cicada, what would happen? Don't be afraid, fated person, I have no intention of harming you. I just want to ask you a question. Mo Yao's will said faintly. Fang Yuan did not need to guess to know what she wanted to ask, he immediately told her about Bo Qing's failure in tribulation. Hearing this grievous news, Mo Yao's will shook and was on the verge of collapse. Fang Yuan was secretly happy, but to his disappointment, Mo Yao's will managed to maintain her form. Her eyes, which were as dark as the night, were filled with tears. Fairy Mo Yao's expression was very complex, there was sorrow and also relief. Just like in her poem, time has passed, love and hatred have lasted for a long time, the love and hatred between her and Bo Qing was definitely a long and complicated story. Fated person, since you could refine Calamity Beckoning Goo and found this place to refine Water Pavilion, you must already know the gist of it. Since he is already dead, let everything pass. Sigh, maybe this is the fortune of all living beings. Chapter 575. The sacred palace was shrouded in colorful lights. The multicolored light shone brightly, illuminating the surrounding 100 li. Looking at the top of the sacred palace, 88-point Jinyang Tower had already formed 2 floors, there was an endless stream of people entering and exiting daily. Retracting his gaze, Fang Yuan lightly closed the window. Ever since he refined Calamity Beckoning Goo and returned from Water Pavilion, half a month had already passed. During this period of time, He Lulan opened 88-point Jinyang Tower to the public without charging any fees, allowing people to enter and exit freely. 88-point Jinyang Tower, Giant Sun Immortal's inheritance ground. To Goo masters, its attraction was astonishing. Countless Goo masters with Giant Sun's bloodline flocked in, even if they could not pass the round, they would take pride in seeing it and broadening their horizons. Especially after 88-point Jinyang Tower mutated and formed 2 floors, it stimulated everyone's desire to explore it. As for outsiders, they could only enter and exit with guest tokens. The guest medallion was a one-time consumable, and it could only be obtained after clearing the checkpoint. Up until now, there were only 7 guest tokens in everyone's hands. Each one was sold at an astronomical price, but countless Goo master experts without Giant Sun's bloodline were still scrambling for them. Fang Yuan already had the glass owner token, he could freely enter and exit 88-point Jinyang Tower, he could even enter the treasure room. But to deceive others, not long ago, he still spent a huge price to buy a guest token. Young lad, I advise you to prepare the killer move ink transformation I taught you. This way, after you enter the central control room, you will be able to get twice the results with half the effort. A female voice resounded in Fang Yuan's mind. It was none other than Fairy Mo Yao's will, who had stealthily sneaked in. Fang Yuan heard this and frowned, he snorted in his heart, this killer move of yours is already outdated. Some of the Goo worms among them are already extinct. Now that I want to collect them, I will need to spend some effort, how can I be in a hurry? Mo Yao's will chuckled, young man, you are quite fortunate to possess Hu Immortal Blessed Land. We should make good use of Jewel Yellow Skies and purchase these Goo from there, it is not difficult. Fang Yuan's frown deepened. He unlocked the cipher, inherited Di Chio's inheritance, and even successfully refined Calamity Beckoning Goo, but he attracted the trouble of Mo Yao's will. Mo Yao's will was currently residing in his mind, becoming a huge hidden danger. Once Fang Yuan thought about it, he would have an idea. Fairy Mo Yao's will was able to see through these thoughts and thus understand Fang Yuan's secret. In this half a month, she understood many of Fang Yuan's secrets, including Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Right now, Fang Yuan could only use the Space Thought Goo to generate thoughts to think. With Space Thought Goo as the main Goo and other Goo worms as support, the thoughts formed had the profoundness of emptiness, even if Mo Yao's will could capture it, he might not be able to read the contents of the thoughts. But this situation was only temporary. Wills were above thoughts, Mo Yao's will was residing in Fang Yuan's mind, the more she interacted with these empty thoughts, she would gradually become familiar with them, and eventually, Fang Yuan's defenses would not be able to stop her. Young man, you are so young, but you have so many secrets. He, this is really interesting. Mo Yao's will floated in the air, sinking and floating. She covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes were moving and her body was beautiful, as expected of the fairy of Spirit Affinity House of that era. After interacting with Fang Yuan for a long time, she gradually became more active, showing an extremely curious nature that liked to pry into other people's secrets. Spirit Affinity House's generation of fairies were all rare beauties, they had both looks and talent, they were ethereal and elegant, like hibiscus flowers emerging from the water. But Mo Yao was different, her deep and beautiful eyes contained a natural craftiness, if placed in the demonic path, she would be a living demoness. She transformed into an enchanting long dress, wrapping her body in all the right places. Looking at the transparent bubble-like thoughts around her, she casually grabbed one of them. Next, with a soft pop sound, she exerted some strength and crushed this thought. But she did not gain anything, this thought's content was only the simple meaning of the word eat. She gasped, her plump lips curling up into a sexy arc, "Young man, you are not cute at all. Every time you think about a problem, you will think of all sorts of random thoughts and cover up the main point. But don't you know, in this way, it has aroused my curiosity even more." You are so old, you still have the face to call yourself big sister. Fang Yuan sneered, threatening, "You are already dead, you should stop. Don't think that I cannot do anything to you just because you entered my mind. Who knows, at the next moment, I might destroy this will of yours." He, so scary. Mo Yao patted her towering chest, giggling without a care, "But in this half a month, you attacked me 28 times, using 19 different methods. You not only cultivate enslavement and strength path, but also wisdom path." Killing intent surged in Fang Yuan's heart. "Ayaya, young man, don't be like this." Sensing Fang Yuan's sharp killing intent, Mo Yao shook her finger, "I am your benefactor, didn't Calamity Beckoning Gu become your immortal Gu now? You are still immortal, but you already have an immortal Gu, this is an incredible achievement. Don't worry, as long as you return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House, my dying wish will be fulfilled, and this will have no reason to continue existing. Return the rank 7 Immortal Gu House Water Pavilion." This was already in his mouth, how could Fang Yuan spit it out? Fang Yuan was naturally unwilling, but he had no other choice. Not to mention the remnant of Mo Yao's will in his mind, there was another remnant of Mo Yao's will guarding the Riverside Pavilion. Speaking of which, this Mo Yao was really amazing. In the historical records, she was a refinement path grandmaster. But her attainment in soul path and wisdom path seemed to be even higher. Fang Yuan's dozens of thought encirclement were easily resolved by Mo Yao. Fang Yuan was having a headache now. He found that even though he inherited Di Qiu inheritance, he did not earn much. He took a huge risk and invested a lot to refine Gu. Even though he refined Calamity Beckoning Gu, he could not use it. Mo Yao's will even entered his mind, in fear of harming him, it became a huge burden and hindrance. If I had known this, I would not have inherited this bullshit Di Qiu inheritance. Fang Yuan did not hide this thought from Mo Yao, Mo Yao easily learned of it. "Young man, you are wrong to think like this. These days, just the refinement path killer moving transformation that I taught you has immeasurable value. Didn't you want to take advantage of 88-point Jinyang Tower's loophole? You really have guts, comparable to me back then. Don't worry, I will help you, as long as you obediently return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House." Mo Yao consoled with a smile. Calamity Beckoning Gu is mine, Water Pavilion is mine too, even 88-point Jinyang Tower will be mine. You are just a will, how can you stop a living person like me? Since they had already fought dozens of times, Fang Yuan directly rejected her. But this time, Mo Yao did not laugh, her gaze shone as she recalled something. She had a lonely expression as she sighed faintly, "Sigh, are all you men like this? Even if you do something wrong, you are still so confident and righteous. In this world, what is right and wrong? Who is right and who is wrong? It is just that everyone's path is different. Mo Yao's expression changed as she laughed. Young man, your answer is quite interesting. However, I once heard another answer that was much more domineering than yours. I still remember what he said, in this world, as long as I think I do something, I am right. Those who are different from me are wrong. He, don't you think this is domineering? Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Sword Immortal Bo Qing said this. Unfortunately, he did not take that step in the end. These words made Mo Yao fall into silence. She had a sorrowful expression as she closed her eyes, as if her memories were surging out, her long and thick eyelashes were trembling slightly. She concealed her figure and vanished from Fang Yuan's mind. Damn it, it's like this again. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Every time Mo Yao's will concealed herself, it was as if she did not exist. No matter how Fang Yuan searched his mind, he could not find a trace of her. Mo Yao's attainment in Soul Path and Wisdom Path far surpassed Fang Yuan's. As a result, Fang Yuan's mind had instead become her base camp. But this search did not leave Fang Yuan empty-handed. In his mind, he found a thought from Mo Yao's will. The content of the thought shook Fang Yuan's mind. This was a killer move. It was called, Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King. In order to find a way to fuse enslavement and strength path, Fang Yuan had racked his brains and obtained an initial result. It was the strength path killer move, Four-Arm Earth King. Using this move, during the final battle of the Imperial Court contest, he slaughtered everyone and sent Ma Tribe's army into the abyss of defeat. He pushed He Lulan into Imperial Court Blessed Land. But Four-Arm Earth King was only a hastily created killer move. It had many flaws. Fang Yuan modified it on the basis and created the killer move Four-Arm Wind King. Next, he exchanged for the crucial Borrow Strength Gu in the treasure room of 88-point Jinyang Tower. This allowed the killer move Four-Arm Wind King to be further modified. After Mo Yao's will entered his mind, Fang Yuan purposely exposed a portion of his secrets. Among them was this killer move, as well as the idea of modifying it. Amazing! Fang Yuan praised. With his foundation and Fairy Mo Yao's foundation, the killer move Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King was already close to perfection. It used Borrow Strength Gu as the core, 6 Flying Zombie Gu as support, as well as 36 other Gu worms. The combination was ingenious and the structure was strict. Even Fang Yuan could not stop praising it. But, I know about the 5 Great Flying Zombie Gu. This killer move actually needs a 6th Flying Zombie Gu. What Gu is it? Chapter 576. In the dark secret room, the fragrance of sandalwood lingered in the air. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on a cushion, holding an east window Gu in his hand. This Gu was an information path Gu. It was rank 4 and looked like a ladybug, but the carapace on its back was square like a window lattice. It was used to store important information. This Gu was something Fang Yuan had specially purchased from Jewel Yellow Skies at a great cost. The contents inside were all related to will. Ever since Mo Yao's will entered his mind, Fang Yuan had been purchasing these relevant information, spending many immortal Yuan stones. This east window Gu was not the first one. After a long while, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was as cold as a spring. With so much precious information, he had a deeper understanding of will. Thought, will, emotion, these 3 came from the same origin. The first 2 belonged to Wisdom Path, but they were also related to other paths. Wisdom Path, when it was first created, was a path for Gu masters to pursue wisdom. When a person thinks, thoughts would appear in their mind. These thoughts would collide with each other, merge or cancel each other out, forming new thoughts. This was the result of thinking. These thoughts were divided into different categories. They were different from each other and had their own specialties. Among them, the most famous was obsession. The obsession of a Gu immortal before death would combine with the heavenly power of heaven and earth, forming a land spirit in the blessed land. According to these thoughts, Gu masters would create countless related Gu worms, like the star thought Gu that Dongfang Yuliang had once used, the empty thought Gu that Fang Yuan was using now, and the divine thought Gu that Gu immortals often used. Some thoughts would gather together and form will. As the saying goes, can only be understood, cannot be expressed with words. Will could not be expressed with words, the rhythm of will had already surpassed the limits of words, it could only be experienced with one's heart, using one's own spirituality. Initially, Wisdom Path Gu masters created Providence Gu. Using this to comprehend the mysteries of the great Tao of heaven and earth, they could further comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, thus advancing their own cultivation. Later, as it developed, there were killing intent Gu, free will Gu, wish Gu, complacency Gu, malicious intent Gu, painting intent Gu and so on. Among them, the most famous was the legendary accidental Gu recorded in the legends of Renzu. Following the development of Wisdom Path, generations of Gu masters continued to explore it. They found, when several wills intertwined, they would turn into emotions. Aphrodisiac Gu, tender emotion Gu, emotion poem Gu and others were all part of this path. The Tao of enchantment was derived from this. Among them, the most famous one also came from the legends of Renzu, love Gu. Nian, Yi, Qing. Fang Yuan sighed. The more he understood one thing, with his current wisdom path foundation, he could not get rid of Mo Yao's will. The gap between them was too big. For example, in terms of willpower, Fang Yuan was like a mound, while Mo Yao's willpower was like a mountain. As for exactly how tall and majestic this mountain was, it was still shrouded in a thick layer of smoke, so it was hard to tell. Mo Yao's attainment had already surpassed Fang Yuan's level of understanding. In these days of contact and probing, she had left a deep impression on Fang Yuan, giving him a feeling of unfathomable and high respect. Facing such a problem, if he could not get rid of it, what could he do? Sitting cross-legged on the cushion, he pondered for a while. Fang Yuan's gaze turned cold as he made up his mind. He sent his consciousness into his own mind. With just a thought, Mo Yao's will could sense a seductive figure appearing in the pitch-black space of his consciousness. I accept your suggestion, I will return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Fang Yuan transmitted his second thought. A strange light flashed in Mo Yao's eyes. She did not expect that Fang Yuan would choose to compromise so quickly. According to these days of fighting, she clearly understood that Fang Yuan was a person with astonishing willpower, an opinionated person, and a strong and courageous personality. Personality decided one's fate. Such a person was destined to be an outstanding person regardless of whether he became a hero or a ruthless person. She threw out the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, but concealed it. She did not give it all. Rather than saying it was a bait, it was better to say that it was a statement of her attitude. She knew that with Fang Yuan's intelligence, he would definitely understand what she wanted to express. She had originally estimated that Fang Yuan would only choose to negotiate after 7 to 8 days. But in fact, after just one day, Fang Yuan took the initiative to find her. Sigh, a wise man submits to circumstances, a great man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Unfortunately, most people in the world are limited by their own abilities, they are too proud to lower their heads. Throughout history, countless heroes have known the principle of taking a step back, but it's easy to talk about it, but when it comes to themselves, how many of them have actually done it? Mo Yao's will heaved a forlorn sigh. Water Pavilion might be good, but to me, it is not of much help. You should know some of my situation, right now, because of who immortal blessed land, Crane Gate has declared me to be a member of a sect. Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate are both part of Central Continent's 10 sects, it is not easy to return Water Pavilion there. Fang Yuan continued. He. Mo Yao's will covered her mouth and laughed. Young man, I know what you mean. Don't worry, you are my inheritor, Calamity Beckoning Gu is yours, I have no intention of harming you. Returning an immortal Gu house is an important matter, I am very clear about the risks involved. To complete this mission, you need at least the strength of a Gu immortal. And I will do my best to help you become a Gu immortal. I will also assist you in the process of obtaining 88-point Jinyang Tower. As for my refinement path insights, how much you can comprehend is up to you. After Mo Yao said this, she waved her hand and a will appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. The content of the will was the final crucial part of the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. Fang Yuan immediately asked in dissatisfaction, Earth Chief Corpse. Are you sure, this is your so-called 6th flying zombie Gu? He already knew about Earth Chief Corpse Gu. It was the main material obtained from killing an Earth Chief beast, extracting its tendons and skin, gathering dozens of Gu worms, then using the Yin soil 900 li underground, as well as hundreds of years-old mountain-sucking grass and dark tide flowers to refine it. Although its power was extraordinary and it was rank 5 like Azura corpses, heavenly demon corpses, blood-white corpses, nightmare corpses, and plague corpses, it did not have the ability to fly. Without the ability to fly, how could it be considered a flying zombie Gu? Facing Fang Yuan's doubt, Mo Yao smiled proudly. Ordinary Earth Chief Corpse Gu, of course not. But who am I? Hee, I have already modified the Gu recipe and refined a new Earth Chief Corpse Gu. When used by Gu masters, they can transform into an Earth Chief Corpse Gu. Although they still have no wings, they can use the Earth's magnetic energy to fly into the sky and change directions as they wish. Saying this, another will was transmitted. It was the modified Earth Chief Corpse Gu recipe. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened as he took a look. This Gu recipe had several materials added by Mo Yao boldly and ingeniously, especially the magnetic essence was the main material. It was the most important factor in the modification of Earth Chief Corpse Gu. Fang Yuan thought for a while, and with his 500 years of experience, he knew this Gu recipe was very feasible and could not help but praise it. Mo Yao's will in his mind laughed proudly. Young lad, you are quite knowledgeable. Not bad, you have some talent in refinement path. But you need to be careful, this killer move is only a rough creation based on the foundation you provided. I advise you to find a few people to test it out first, then verify it yourself. Fang Yuan nodded. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, this killer move, had peerless power, almost 10 times that of 4-arm Earth King and 4-arm Wind King. Its power was huge, and if it failed, the backlash would naturally be very fierce and powerful. Fang Yuan could test 4-arm Earth King earlier because the risk was not high and he could bear it. But this 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was a different matter. Third floor, the third floor is formed. Everywhere in the sacred palace, cheers resounded in the sky. The multicolored light was still very dense. As time passed, the speed of 88-point Jinyang Tower's condensation became faster and faster. Especially the newly formed third floor, it stimulated everyone's desire to explore even more. Every floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower had 100 rounds. The rounds at the front were relatively simple. The further they went, the harder the rounds were, and the greater the rewards. To most Gu masters, they were unable to overcome the rounds at the back, while the rewards at the front were things that everyone fought over. A group of Gu masters, more than 10 of them, were rushing out of the palace. When they were passing through the eastern gate of the sacred palace, the commotion at the third floor of 88-point Jinyang Tower made this group of Gu masters stop. Jiang Dong looked back at the top of the sacred palace at the 88-point Jinyang Tower, snorting coldly and saying to Ma Hongyun in the group, "You Huang Jin tribe Gu masters are in luck, the rewards of any round in 88-point Jinyang Tower will allow you to soar to the top." Ma Hongyun laughed foolishly. "Leader is right, he. It is a pity that my bloodline concentration is not high, I cannot enter 88-point Jinyang Tower. Otherwise, I can go in and broaden my horizons." Even the Huang Jin tribe, the descendants of giant Sun Immortal, might not be able to enter 88-point Jinyang Tower. If the ancestors had too much mixed bloodline, causing the bloodline to thin and not reach the standard, they would not be able to enter the tower. When Jiang Dong heard this, the bitterness and jealousy in her heart lessened by a lot. The other Gu masters in the group also looked at Ma Hongyun with gentler gazes. One of them even patted Ma Hongyun's shoulder, consoling him, "Kid, you are quite unlucky. But don't worry, you can follow us to kill the Earth Chief Beast, you will earn a lot." "Yes, yes, yes." Ma Hongyun nodded, bowing and smiling apologetically. He had a fortuitous encounter and saved Ma Yingjie. After He tribe recruited Ma tribe, he had a fortuitous encounter and changed his name to Ma Hongyun, which allowed him to cultivate better. Right now, he was only a rank 1 Gu master, his aptitude was neither low nor high. He could enter 88-point Jinyang Tower of course, but with his strength, it was useless even if he went in. These days in the sacred palace, he had been mingling with wild teams, going out to hunt, paying for daily expenses, and accumulating yuan stone to aid his cultivation. Chapter 577. Rumble, the ground shook, a flood of wolf groups appeared in the sky, they were endless, like a vast river, surging forward. 10,000 wolves sprinted, wolf groups mixed together. There were wind wolves, sprinting like they were flying. There were water wolves, pure white as snow. There were night wolves, pitch black and strong. There were turtleback wolves, sturdy and steady. Vermilion flame wolves, blazing with flames. 100 Wolf King, 1,000 Wolf King, myriad Wolf King led the pack, there were mutated wolves, they were very eye-catching. For example, blood forest wolves, they carried a bone forest on their back, they were tall like mountains. Shark fin wolves, they were armored like elephants, they could move on land and water. There was also frenzied wolves, silver gray 3 eyes, they were battle maniacs. Imperial Court blessed land, in the faint golden sky, azure wolf groups were galloping in the sky, howling, they were extraordinary. Fang Yuan sat steadily on the back of an azure myriad wolf king, the wild winds could not move his determined face. His eyes were dark and deep, he was looking down at his feet, his thoughts unfathomable. Even though the wolf groups were scattered when they first entered Imperial Court blessed land, they were scattered all over the blessed land. But Fang Yuan had already issued a mission. Ever since he entered the blessed land, other than recalling the old wolf groups, he had also recruited countless new wolves. Right now, the wolf group below him was like a sea, the scale reaching 500,000. At this stage, he was truly at the peak of the mortal world. At the start of the Imperial Court contest, he, Jiang Baoya, Ma Zun and the rest were called the 5 Great Beast Kings. After the Imperial Court contest ended, not to mention the world's recognition, he was already the #1 enslavement path master of the current generation in Northern Plains. Other than his enslavement path attainment, he also had shocking strength path methods and the strength of a flying master. He was truly awe-inspiring. Who did not respect Wolf King Chang Shan-yin, who did not fear him? In the entire Northern Plains, how many people could be his match? But at this moment, in Fang Yuan's mind, there was a voice attacking him. He, young lad, you actually want to combine enslavement and strength path, you have quite the ambition. But I advise you to give up on this thought as soon as possible. Mo Yao's will smiled, enslavement and strength path are clearly separated. The combination of enslavement and power had been a difficult problem for thousands of years. It's already very difficult for you to dual cultivate. Why don't you change as soon as possible and retreat in the face of difficulties? Why do you keep doing things that are strenuous and unrewarding? Sai, sister is an experienced person. You have to know that there are countless paths and sections. The strength of a Gu master does not lie in how many paths they walk, but in who walks further. Mo Yao tried to persuade him, but Fang Yuan snorted coldly and rejected him coldly. When there's a will, there's a way. What's there to be afraid of? The reason why the confluence of enslavement and strength has been a problem for thousands of years is because there has never been a person like me, Fang Yuan. Sooner or later, I will dominate the world and leave my name in the annals of history. I will be comparable to the likes of Xingqiu, Red Lotus, and Paradise. Star Constellation, Red Lotus, and Paradise Earth were all rank 9 Gu venerables. In the long history of the human race, after countless years, there were less than 10 of them. Feng Yuan was still a mortal, yet he dreamed of becoming such a figure. It was like an ant dreaming of becoming an elephant. Such ambition and tone left Mo Yao's will dumbfounded for a moment. Roar! Kill all these earth chief beasts. Where are the healing Gu masters? Someone is injured, come and help. Beast groups roared and Gu masters shouted. The small-scale battle had already reached its most crucial moment. On the small battlefield, there were pits everywhere and severed limbs and blood splattered everywhere. 5 to 6 Gu masters surrounded the Earth Chief Beast King and engaged in a fierce battle. Around them, there were large numbers of Earth Chief Beast corpses. These Earth Chief Beasts had human bodies and snake tails, their faces were like bats, their noses were pointed upwards and their ears were large. Their bodies were black and they had flesh armor. There were 5 to 6 flesh whips on their chest, the shortest were 10 feet long, while the longest were over 20 feet long. The flesh whips were like hands and agile like snakes, they could be swung with great force and could be used for both offense and defense. Earth Chief Beasts lived underground, but they were not deep underground, they often built their nests in shallow layers. They had high value, be it their eyeballs, fur, or tails, they were all rare Gu refinement materials. What was even rarer was the length of the flesh whips on their bodies, the longer the better. Flesh whips over 20 feet were hard to find, they were priceless. Earth Chief Beasts were now rare in northern plains. But in Imperial Court Blessed Land, there were many of them. For example, this area had an area of 10,000 li, it was filled with Earth Chief Beast groups. Wealth moved people's hearts, and because this place was not far from the sacred palace, many Gu masters often came here in groups to hunt. This team that was engaged in a fierce battle was one of them. Most of the Gu masters in the group had hunted Earth Chief Beast groups 3 or 4 times, they had rich experience. But this time, they met with trouble. Although they only attracted 100 Earth Chief Beast group, it was under their control. But to think that this Beast King was not an ordinary 100 Beast King, it was an old 1,000 Beast King. Although this Beast King could not fight and was old and sickly, the wild Gu parasite on its body was a genuine rank 3 Gu. Among mortal Gu masters, rank 1 was an apprentice, they had just started and had weak battle strength, they were the most common. Rank 2 was the backbone, the cornerstone, they were very common. Rank 3 was called elders, clan elders, they were the core of a force, their numbers were decreasing rapidly. Rank 4 was the leader of a force, the leader of tens of thousands. Rank 5 was called the peak of mortals, they were even rarer. The Earth Chief 1,000 Beast King itself was not a threat, but it had several rank 3 wild Gu, such battle strength was beyond the ability of this group. If not for the leader Jiang Dong's resolute and experienced nature at the start of the battle, he would have decisively led some experts to charge into the beast group and stall the Earth Chief Beast King, while the others slaughtered the Earth Chief Beasts. Otherwise, the Gu Master group would have been defeated already. Everyone, let's work harder. This old beast is almost at its limit, we can win if we persevere. Jiang Dong moved and shouted loudly, raising the morale of the group. Everyone's replies were mixed, they barely raised their spirits. From the start of the battle until now, it had already been an hour. The Gu Master's primeval essence was almost exhausted, but fortunately, Northern Plains was a common custom, most of these Gu Masters cultivated the strength path. The Gu Masters fought with all their strength, they mainly used close combat, they would only use their primeval essence to save themselves and others as a last resort. Roar! Right at this time, the old Beast King suddenly swung its snake tail, causing the air to explode. The snake tail ruthlessly struck a Gu Master, sending him flying. When he landed on the ground, this Gu Master's ribs were all shattered, he could not be more dead. Humans had intelligence, but wild beasts also had craftiness. The old Beast King was indeed weak, but a broken ship still had 3 pounds of nails. At this moment, it suddenly exploded and killed one person. The Goo Masters were stunned, their morale plummeting. Oh no, it was a stalemate to begin with. Now that we have lost one person, I have less than 20% primeval essence in my aperture. What should I do? Jiang Dong's eyes turned, he immediately thought of escaping. This hunting group was only formed at the last minute, escaping at the last moment might harm his reputation. But compared to his life, what was his reputation? Northern Plains people loved to kill, they were brave by nature, but they were not fools. In the past, it was difficult, I could only fight to survive. Now that I have entered Imperial Court blessed land, there are resources everywhere, it is time for me to accumulate my strength. How can I sacrifice my life here? I have old and young at home, although my hunting results are good these days, the yuan stones I obtained are only enough to support my cultivation. That lad at home is about to step on the path of cultivation in half a year, so, sorry everyone. Jiang Dong's gaze flickered, he suddenly retreated and instilled his remaining primeval essence into his movement goo worm. His sleeves tore through the air, with a soft swoosh, he left in a cloud of dust. The remaining Goo Masters were stunned, their leader had already escaped, what was the point of fighting? Immediately, everyone scattered, their morale falling to rock bottom. The Earth Chief Beast King roared and chased relentlessly. Fuck! Jiang Dong turned around and cursed, his soul almost flying out of his body. This old Earth Chief Beast King did not chase anyone, it only chased after him. Jiang Dong's methods were ruthless and fierce, it bore a grudge against him. Oh no, if this goes on, I will die. As time passed, primeval essence was expended rapidly, Jiang Dong fell into despair. Lord Jiang Dong, run. Right at this time, a voice could be heard from afar. Jiang Dong heard this and turned around, seeing a young man standing in front of him, he recognized him as Ma Hongyun, he had joined the group not long ago and only had rank 1 cultivation, he was a logistics Goo master with low battle strength. When the battle started, he was sent out as a scouting pawn. What a foolish lad. Jiang Dong was overjoyed, he immediately changed his direction and ran towards Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun's eyes opened wide, seeing the old Earth Chief Beast King chasing, he could not help but want to warn Jiang Dong. But he hadn't expected that Jiang Dong would lead the old Earth Chief Beast King directly towards him. Ma Hongyun immediately ran, but Jiang Dong was extremely fast, in a few breaths of time, he caught up to him. Jiang Dong laughed heartily, lad, you saved my life today, it is a worthy death. As soon as he said that, he activated his goo worm and knocked Ma Hongyun unconscious. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed Ma Hongyun's collar, throwing him backwards. But the old Earth Chief Beast King did not want the meat that was right in front of him, it still chased relentlessly. Jiang Dong's laughter stopped abruptly, he felt like his mood had fallen from heaven to hell. Just as the old Earth Chief Beast King was about to catch up, a rumbling sound entered his ears, the vast earth started to shake. Soon after, a gray line surged up from the horizon. Gradually, the line became thicker and clearer. Wolves! Why are there so many wolves? The wolf tide surged from the horizon with a grand aura, it was like a surging flood that engulfed the world. Thousand Beast King paused for a moment, his body shuddered as he turned around and ran. Vermilion flame wolves, turtleback wolves, such a wolf group, right, there was an announcement earlier, the Wolf King is going to hunt here. Ahaha, heaven has not forsaken me, I am saved. Jiang Dong was dazed for a moment before shouting excitedly. He sat on the ground, his body trembling in excitement, tears of joy flowed out of his eyes after surviving a desperate situation. But at the next moment, the wolf group surged over without slowing down, like a tidal wave, they tore and devoured Jiang Dong in the blink of an eye. In the golden sky, above the green wolf, Mo Yao's will let out a pitiful sigh in Fang Yuan's mind, Fang Yuan, you let the wolf group roam freely, wherever they go, be it friend or foe, as long as they are alive, they slaughter them. Their killing nature is too heavy, even if you are not afraid of destroying heaven's harmony, are you not afraid of other Gu Masters' thoughts? Chapter 578. Wherever the wolf group went, it was like a huge wave that washed the blessed land with blood. Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent as he sat on the Azure Wolf King's back, ignoring the merciless slaughter below him. In his mind, Mo Yao's will frowned slightly. She was a fairy nurtured by Spirit Affinity House, a righteous path person. She naturally did not feel any joy at seeing Fang Yuan kill so easily. This young man can disguise his identity and sneak into Imperial Court blessed land under the noses of Northern Plains Gu immortals. He is a valiant and cunning person. He can also decipher my inheritance clues and refine immortal Gu. He has great fortuitous encounters and extraordinary methods. He is also flexible. When he knows he cannot win, he immediately compromises. He is extremely shrewd. What is his background? Mo Yao's will could not help but make guesses. She had just come out of Water Pavilion and was residing in Fang Yuan's mind, although she had deciphered many of Fang Yuan's thoughts and knew many secrets. But Fang Yuan reacted quickly and immediately took measures, causing her to make little progress. Thus, Mo Yao's will did not know many of Fang Yuan's secrets. Among them, there were also the secrets that Fang Yuan exposed to her. She did not know that Fang Yuan had spring-autumn cicada. She did not know that Fang Yuan was a transmigrator's greatest secret. This was the world of Gu. Mo Yao had died long ago, only a will was left behind. Without being able to activate Gu worms, Mo Yao's will could only bully Fang Yuan's low wisdom path attainment. I have just arrived, I do not know his background. This young man has a firm will and is a very opinionated person. I should wait for now and guide him to return Water Pavilion to the sect. As long as I return to Spirit Affinity House, it will not be too late to persuade him. Mo Yao's will had inherited some of the main body's wisdom. Seeing that her persuasion was useless, she kept quiet. There was no resistance on the ground. Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie as he slowly retracted his disdainful gaze. He sat on the wolf's back and closed his eyes to rest. He was not a person who killed innocents. There must be a reason for him to allow the wolves to sweep through the banquet and slaughter everyone along the way. The first was to lure the earth fiends underground. The earth chief beast was a wild beast. It would be attracted by the thick smell of blood, which would stimulate its ferocious nature and proactively emerge from the ground. Secondly, massacring a large number of people would bring in a large number of souls. At the start of the Imperial Court contest, Fang Yuan had been using the soul burial toad to collect them. He had Dang Hun Mountain. As long as Dang Hun Mountain wasn't completely destroyed, the more souls he had, the better. Thirdly, it could also test Mo Yao's will in his mind. As for the vile repercussions of wantonly killing Gu masters, Fang Yuan was not afraid. Not to mention the fact that he had already made an announcement before and had already laid the groundwork. Even if the public opinion was boiling and the people were resentful and hateful, so what? He was at the peak of the mortal realm, the famous Wolf King Chang Shan Yin. He was no longer the small fry who was treading on thin ice a few years ago. In this Imperial Court blessed land where Gu immortals could not enter, his roar would cause all the Gu masters to tremble. With a stomp of his feet, the sacred palace would tremble. With just a thought, the wolf group would howl and blood would dye thousands of li in blood. There was a famous saying on earth, political power comes from the barrel of a gun. Strength was power, and power was the truth. But on earth, it was about gathering people. Apart from violence and fists, one had to use righteousness to conceal it, and use the people's hearts to mediate. But here, the strength of an individual could override the collective. The outcome of this battle was already decided from the start. How could a myriad beast-sized Earth Chief Myriad Beast King group be his match? The huge battlefield had a radius of 1,000 li, but Fang Yuan cleverly divided it into dozens of pieces, using the weak wolf group to surround them, and then using the strong mutated beasts to form the vanguard, clashing back and forth. First, one area was destroyed and devoured by the wolf group, then the second and third area. As the advantages accumulated, the scales of victory were tilting more and more towards Fang Yuan. Eventually, the wolf group's devouring speed became faster and faster, until the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King was killed on the spot. This kid's enslavement path cultivation is indeed not bad, although his commands are meticulous and bold, sharp and gentle, he is still far from Grandmaster level. Mo Yao thought. Gu Master's nurture, use, and refinement, no matter which aspect, they were all profound. They clearly used the same Gu worms, but some Gu Masters used them extremely brilliantly, even reaching the level of art. People called such a person, Master. Masters could only be discovered and not sought, they could not be nurtured by just relying on resources. Not only did they need talent, they also needed talent. But above masters, there were still grandmasters. Comparing a master to a grandmaster was like comparing grass to a tree. Apart from talent, and resources, one must also have opportunities and comprehension. As long as one reached grandmaster, they would be able to comprehend any path, understand yin and yang, the universe, and understand the profundities of the universe, transcending the mortal world. They were immortals among immortals, sages among sages. Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster, although he had died, his vision was still there. She had seen countless masters when she was alive, and felt that Fang Yuan's attainments were not bad mainly because of his young age. Not long after, the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King fell to the ground, dying from heavy injuries. Bright red blood gurgled out and quickly formed a pool of blood around it. Fang Yuan flew down and personally skinned it. After cleaning it, he immediately refined the goo in the pool of blood, surrounded by the wolf group. Mo Yao's improved Earth Chief Zombie Goo required the freshest flesh and blood, and the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King was the best, followed by the 1,000 Beast King and 100 Beast King. Thus, Fang Yuan personally took action and killed the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King. The Goo refinement lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before it succeeded. After Fang Yuan achieved his goal, he dispersed most of the wolf group and released them into the wild. He only brought the elite mutated beasts and returned to the sacred palace without stopping. The battlefield fell into deathly stillness. From the small mountain of blood forest wolf corpses, a bloody man suddenly crawled out. The bloody man staggered and staggered. After a few steps, he could not take it anymore and fell to the ground. He panted heavily, his eyes filled with disbelief as he murmured, "I'm still alive." He stretched out his hand and fiercely wiped his face, finally revealing his true appearance. It was none other than Ma Hongyun. It turned out that after he was knocked unconscious by Jiang Dong, he had fallen to the ground unconscious. That Earth Chief Myriad Beast King did not care about him and chased after Jiang Dong. But soon after, the wolf group swept through and slaughtered all living beings. Ma Hongyun was bitten by the wolves. If it were an ordinary wild wolf like turtleback wolf, water wolf or wind wolf, Ma Hongyun would have already been torn into pieces, torn into countless pieces and stored in the wolf's stomach. Luckily, it was a blood forest wolf that was the size of a small mountain that ate him. This wolf opened its huge mouth and licked with its tongue, directly licking away all the grass within 100 steps. Ma Hongyun mixed with the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King's corpse and became food in the blood forest wolf's stomach. If it had continued, Ma Hongyun would have been digested by the blood forest wolf sooner or later, turning into a pile of wolf dung. But after the battle with the Earth Chief Myriad Beast King, this blood forest wolf was besieged and died on the battlefield, its stomach split open and air leaked in. Ma Hongyun dizzily woke up and hurriedly crawled out. The battle had already ended, the battlefield was littered with beast corpses. Occasionally, there were heavily injured wild beasts that had yet to die howling and panting, making the surroundings even more deathly silent. Ma Hongyun's panting was enough, his stamina gradually recovered and the thick smell of blood filled his nose. He knew something was wrong. I have to leave this place quickly. Not long later, many wild beasts will be attracted by the smell of blood. Ma Hongyun grew up in northern plains. This bit of survival knowledge was already ingrained in his bones. He quickly stood up and looked towards the direction of the sacred palace, immediately setting off. But after a few steps, he stopped. His gaze was attracted by a goo worm. This was a wild goo from the Earth Chief Myriad Beast's corpse. When the Earth Chief Myriad Beast died, the wild goo would either be destroyed or fly away. But this wild goo was caught by the broken bones and could not fly away. This should be a rank 2, that's something goo. Although Ma Hongyun could not remember clearly, it did not hinder him from knowing the value of this goo worm. Good goo, good goo. Even if I can't use it, I can sell it for a lot of yuan stone. He said clearly, the human heart is unfathomable, greed is hard to satisfy. Even with Lord Father's announcement, there are still many goo masters sneaking into the battlefield to steal beast corpses or wild goo. These days, tribe leader Gu Guang and I have worked together to capture over 180 goo masters. They are all locked up in the underground prison. But there are still many crafty ones who sneak in and out when we are unprepared, reaping without sowing. I have already obtained a lot of information through interrogations. As long as Father gives the order, I will definitely do my best to capture these fish that escaped the net and bring them to justice. Although Chang Jiyu was kneeling on the ground, his upper body was straight. His nose was straight, his eyebrows were black, his back was broad, and his waist was thin. He spoke in an upright tone, giving off a heroic aura. Fang Yuan smiled. He had no interest in capturing the fish that escaped the net, saying, the battlefield is vast, there are no gates or passes to guard, it is already not bad to capture so many goo masters. You two have done well. As for the others, it is their ability to make them steal, there is no need to pursue this matter. Step down and bring these captives to me. Yes, subordinate, son, obeys. Not long later, the two escorted close to 200 captives over. According to Fang Yuan's orders, a large hall was specially set aside to imprison these goo masters. All of you, go out and close the door, guard the surroundings, no outsiders are allowed to enter within 100 steps. If there are experts, inform me in advance. Fang Yuan dismissed all the other members, leaving only him and the captives behind. The door was closed and there were no lights, the hall was plunged into darkness. This no doubt increased the unease and anxiety in the captives' hearts. Lang Wangde, what is your intention in capturing us? Do you know I am a He tribe member? In terms of relationship, Lord He Lulan is my cousin. A young goo master among the captives shouted. Fang Yuan sneered, activating his goo worm and flicking his finger. Bam! With a soft sound, his head exploded like a watermelon, with white brain matter flowing out. Everyone erupted into an uproar. They were frightened, immediately panicking. Soon after, with one person taking the lead, countless people responded and knelt on the ground. Lang Wangde, this lowly one deserves to die. Of all the things I shouldn't have done, to steal Lord's spoils of war, this lowly one was blinded by lard. I beg Lord to spare us, please spare us Lord. Fang Yuan was a fierce person, but now, without saying a word, he killed people at every turn, it was truly cruel. These goo masters were not experts, most of them were rank 1 or 2, they did not have good backgrounds and could not enter 88-point Jinyang Tower. Facing a rank 5 peak stage expert like Fang Yuan, trying to resist was courting death, they could only beg for mercy. Noisy. Fang Yuan lightly shouted, his voice resounding in the hall. With a wave of his hand, he killed the person who was begging for mercy the most. Whoever dares to make noise, I will kill them. Fang Yuan lightly spoke, his voice was not loud, but it lingered in everyone's ears. The entire hall was as silent as cicadas in winter. It was so silent that even a needle dropping could be heard. Fang Yuan was satisfied. He asked Mo Yao's will in his mind, "What should I do next?" Mo Yao lightly laughed. "This is easy, little brother, just listen to my instructions and place the goo worms." She directly called Fang Yuan little brother. Her tone revealed a sense of intimacy. Fang Yuan coldly snorted in his heart, but did not refute, instead following Mo Yao's instructions. Every time Mo Yao instructed, a goo worm would fly out from Fang Yuan. These goo worms were the goo worms that formed the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, Earth Chief Zombie Goo, Azura Zombie Goo, Heavenly Demon Zombie Goo, and so on. They were either thrown onto the main beam or placed in a corner. One after another, goo worms streaked across the sky, leaving behind colorful shadows in the eyes of the captives. These people were terrified, but did not dare to ask anything. They stood on the spot, not daring to move. Like little chicks. The headless corpses of the 2 people killed by Fang Yuan were still lying at their feet, blood gushed out from their broken necks, and the smell of blood gradually spread in the hall. After arranging these goo worms, Fang Yuan followed Mo Yao's instructions and poured his primeval essence. The order of the infusion was very particular, suddenly choosing the goo worms in the southeast corner, suddenly going straight to the northwest corner, and suddenly moving to the left and right sides. Sometimes it was the main goo, sometimes it was the supplementary goo. Even Fang Yuan was confused, he was inwardly vigilant. When all the goo worms were activated, the lumps of light gradually linked together, quickly forming a yellow light that covered the interior of the hall, forming a lighthouse that enveloped all the captives in the hall. This is... Fang Yuan's heart shook. His pupils dilated. In his mind, Mo Yao's will laughed lightly, explaining, "This is a goo house." Fang Yuan could not help but blurt out, "This 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, is its essence a goo house?" Mo Yao chuckled, "Foolish kid, don't you know the essence of a goo house is a killer move? 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King is a killer move. Goo houses are also killer moves, their essence is the same, naturally they can be converted." Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with brilliance. He sensed Mo Yao's hidden meaning and immediately asked, "According to what you said, doesn't that mean all killer moves can be converted into goo houses?" "Of course." Mo Yao replied resolutely, "Man is the spirit of all living beings, goo are the essence of heaven and earth, the carrier of the great Tao. A goo worm has a single effect." "What is a killer move?" "It is to combine different goo worms and stack their effects together, either making one side of the effect peerless, or making the effect complex, taking into account many aspects." Mo Yao did not go overboard, whether he could comprehend it or not, that was up to Fang Yuan himself. Fang Yuan was dazed, inspiration flashed in his mind continuously. Mo Yao's words seemed to have pierced through that layer of window paper, raising his vision to a whole new level. That's right. The essence of a goo house is a killer move, it is just that the form is fixed. For example, 88-point Jinyang Tower, or Water Pavilion. The former covers the imperial court, alludes to northern plains, plundering resources and storing inheritances. The latter is faintly discernible and can be used for defense and storage. These functions cannot be provided by a single goo worm, it is the combination of these goo worms by goo masters. Looking at it from another angle, a goo house is only a form of a killer move. Since 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King can only be used on me, why can't it form a goo house and affect many people at the same time? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan looked in front of him again. In the goo house, the bodies of those goo master captives had already started to change. What happened to me? Everyone screamed in fear, they found that their skin was rapidly growing golden scales. Ah, so painful, so painful. Itchy, too itchy, I can't take it anymore, just kill me. Soon, they fell to the ground one after another, some scratching their skin and tearing their clothes into shreds, some arched their backs like prawns, clutching their chests as blood flowed out of their mouths and noses. What is this thing? Why are there monstrous arms growing out of my back? Not long after, the screams of the people reached their peak, shaking the roof tiles. Arms grew out one after another. Each arm was different, some were dark green, some were dark purple, some were yellow, and they were of different thicknesses, looking deformed and ugly. But Feng Yuan did not care about such minor details. He squinted his eyes, feeling the dangerous aura of the Gu masters. He felt joy in his heart, but also fear. Chapter 580. In the deep and serene hall, only Feng Yuan stood there. It was deathly silent. The faint yellow light connected together, forming the shape of a Gu house. In the lighthouse, there were corpses all over the ground. Close to 200 Gu masters had died tragically. Some of these corpses were covered in scales, their bodies were stiff like iron, some had monstrous arms and had sinister expressions. Some even self-detonated, their broken limbs falling everywhere. Feng Yuan's expression was grim as he questioned Mo Yao in his mind. This is the killer move you thought of? Mo Yao said confidently, these Gu masters were definitely going to die. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King is a strength path killer move. It has high requirements on the Gu master's body. Now it seems that even with your strength path foundation, you cannot endure this intensity. Feng Yuan snorted, expressing his dissatisfaction. This is the explanation you are giving me? You think I can't see it? This killer move has many flaws. 50 to 60 people died at the start, close to 100 died in the middle, and at the end, only 6 to 7 Gu masters could still hold on. There are at least 17 flaws. Don't forget, we have an agreement. He. Mo Yao giggled. She did not mind being threatened, replying, little brother, don't be impatient. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King is just an initial creation. It is normal for it to have some flaws. As long as we continue to repair it, it will slowly reach the ideal state. She replied to Feng Yuan while thinking, this lad is not simple, he can actually sense 17 flaws. With his refinement path master attainment, he can only see 11. It seems his strength path attainment has already reached the edge of master level. Mo Yao did not know that Feng Yuan was actually playing a trick. I only saw 7 flaws. I added 10 on purpose. I wanted to trick her. It seems this killer move has more than 17 flaws. Feng Yuan calculated in his mind. Mo Yao was trying to estimate his depth, while Feng Yuan was also trying to estimate Mo Yao's foundation. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. There were many flaws. The Gu masters used for testing were all dead. But Feng Yuan was not worried. Instead, he was happy. Logically speaking, Mo Yao is a refinement grandmaster. Even if it was a hastily created killer move, it would not have so many flaws. It is true that Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster, but what is here now, is only a fragment of her will. Feng Yuan's compromise was a lie. He wanted to eliminate Mo Yao's will. Actually, nothing had changed. His probing had allowed him to discover a weakness in Mo Yao's will. Although I am not familiar with Wisdom Path, I paid a huge price earlier. Purchasing a lot of expensive information from Jewel Yellow Skies is also valuable. Wisdom Path is the path of seeking wisdom. It is divided into thought, will, and emotion. Mind is the foundation. But when mortals think, thoughts would arise one after another. Many thoughts gathered. Will be formed. When different wills are entangled endlessly, love will form. Thoughts are like weeds, unable to be extinguished, they grow again. Will is ever-changing, it can be as hard as steel, as vast as the sky, or as blazing as fire, while emotion is like water. When it is shallow, it is like a small stream. It cannot be cut off or sorted out. When it is deep, it is like an ocean. Heaven and earth shaking, its power is unparalleled. Of these 3, love is the hardest to eradicate. Will is second, thoughts are the easiest to destroy, but they are also the easiest to form. I should rejoice that what is left in my mind now is only Mo Yao's will, and not her emotions. When a person thinks, thoughts are created, thoughts collide with each other, they can be destroyed or fused, and finally, a new thought is produced. This is the result of the thought. Then what about a will? He. Fang Yuan thought of this and laughed coldly in his mind. Willpower wasn't something that could be formed just by gathering all sorts of random thoughts together. But wills were indeed the combination of countless thoughts. Once a will thinks of a problem, it would use its own thoughts to collide with each other, creating new thoughts and obtaining the result of the thought. Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster. Her will also inherited the attainment level of a refinement grandmaster. But she created a flawed, six-armed heavenly zombie king, not because her abilities were limited, but because she was worried about her own safety. She did not dare to think deeply. At this point, Fang Yuan had already found the weakness of Mo Yao's will. A living person thinking endlessly would harm their body, not to mention a remnant will. The more the will thinks, the more it would consume itself, and the weaker it would become. If Mo Yao was still alive, the thoughts consumed by her will would be replenished in her mind. But the current situation was, Mo Yao was already dead. Why was her will sleeping in Water Pavilion, only waking up when Fang Yuan came in? Because her will could not be awake at all times. When she was awake, her thoughts were agile, that meant she could think. The more she thought, the weaker her will would become, and eventually, it would die. Looking at 88-point Jinyang Tower, this grand and majestic rank 8 immortal Gu house contained Giant Sun Immortal's will. But even someone as strong as Giant Sun Immortal's will was slumbering now. Be it Giant Sun's will or Mo Yao's will, they were rootless. Without any replenishment, they would only become weaker. Although my wisdom path attainment is very shallow, I have a huge advantage. That is, I am still alive. Currently, even though I cannot match Mo Yao's will, as long as I have enough time to maintain this stalemate, the result will be my victory. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan stopped thinking about this. After all, he had a portion of Mo Yao's will in his mind. Thinking too much leads to more thoughts. Even though he was using space thought Gu now, there was no guarantee that Mo Yao would find a flaw. Sigh. In the hall, Fang Yuan sighed faintly. Mo Yao's will was a huge burden. When Fang Yuan thought about problems, he had to be wary. Originally, sneaking into Imperial Court blessed land and seizing landscape as before Immortal Gu had already caused him to rack his brains. Now, with such a huge enemy lurking in his mind, Fang Yuan had to be cautious. Every time he thought about a problem, he would have to mix in other thoughts. If it was in the past, he would be able to do this by just calming his mind and concentration. But when Fang Yuan did it now, he felt both mentally and physically exhausted, with a feeling of mental exhaustion. Mo Yao's will heard this sigh, but misunderstood Fang Yuan. He consoled, he, little brother, you are still young. You should work hard. Why are you sighing? Don't worry, I have already modified the killer move. I need to change 6 of the Gu worms, and add 3 more. Oh. Fang Yuan's brows rose. He said calmly, I'd like to hear the details. Mo Yao explained in detail. Fang Yuan had Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Communicating with Jewel Yellow Skies and exchanging for Mortal Gu was not a problem. At the same time, Fang Yuan ordered Gu Guang and Chang Ji Yu. They were to secretly capture Gu masters and bring them to the hall. 3 days later, there was another human experiment. The result was much better than the previous one. But there was still a flaw. Mo Yao combined the results. He suggested another modification. Fang Yuan did as he was told. He did this over and over again, not getting tired of it. He knew clearly, Mo Yao's will had Grandmaster attainment level, but he did not want to think deeply and weaken himself. Thus, he continued to experiment, using realistic results to reduce his own thinking. But even so, Mo Yao's will still needed to think. How to modify the killer move? He wanted to know the answer to this question. Thinking was unavoidable. The more he thought, the weaker Mo Yao's will became. Fang Yuan did not want to alert the enemy. he was prepared to fight a long battle. Half a month passed like this, the 15th experiment. In the hall, corpses were everywhere. Fang Yuan stored the dozen or so goo worms that formed the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. He looked at the ground and nodded in satisfaction. The test takers had low cultivation level, they could not withstand the powerful killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, they would die for sure. But how they died, and what they looked like after death, that was the crucial point. Right now, the corpses on the ground had all turned into zombies, their bodies were covered in yellow scales, and there were 6 arms on their backs, all of which were covered in sharp scales. The arms were of the same thickness, the muscles bulged, and the hands were pitch black, the nails were sharp and sinister. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King uses borrow strength goo as the core, the 6 flying zombie goo as the foundation, and the other 18 goo as support. Strictly speaking, it is a transformation path killer move, condensing corpse energy and turning people into flying zombies. This way, the goo master's body would be strengthened by more than 10 times, and can withstand even greater strength. Fang Yuan spoke slowly, summarizing his experiences over the last few days. But precisely because of this, the corpse energy is dense, causing this killer move's repercussions to be extremely severe. Even among the support goo, there are 3 life force goo, but they can only maintain the killer move for 7 to 8 minutes. Is that the gist of it? Fang Yuan asked Mo Yao's will in his mind. Mo Yao laughed, little brother's words are clear and logical, it makes sense. Using borrow strength goo, one can borrow the power of heaven and earth's weather, but even a rank 5 strength path expert cannot use it casually. Thus, I thought of using the zombie body. The zombie body is stronger than living, and its recovery is outstanding, it complements the borrow strength goo. But goo masters are living people, while corpse energy is death energy. The longer you transform into 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, the more corpse energy there will be in your body. When the corpse energy devours your life force, you will completely turn into a zombie, unable to transform again. This is the repercussions of this killer move. Psi, life force and death energy are clearly separated, they are like mortal enemies. The fusion of life and death is an eternal problem, it is already beyond my ability. I have placed 3 life force goo worms among the support goo, this is already my limit. If there are too many of them, they will interfere with the corpse energy, at best, the killer move's power will fall, at worst, the killer move will collapse. If there are too few of them, the duration of the battle will decrease sharply, and its practicality will fall greatly. Fang Yuan listened, nodding on the surface, expressing his agreement, but he scoffed inwardly. Mo Yao's words were like changing the topic. The fusion of life and death was indeed an eternal problem. From start to finish, no one had ever heard of someone dying and living at the same time, life and death could not coexist. But Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster, could he not think of other killer moves? Why must he use 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King? It was just that she had modified the killer move, 4-arm Wind King, that Fang Yuan provided to save time and effort in thinking. Fang Yuan was sure that with her grandmaster attainment level, Mo Yao could completely start from scratch and think of a completely new killer move. Mo Yao is a variant human, an Inkman. If he is not of our race, his heart is definitely different. Thus, these last days, she has used over 1,000 goo masters to experiment, but as a righteous path person, a fairy of spirit affinity house, she has been indifferent. Her lover is the famous sword immortal Bo Qing. I think that within this love, there is probably more admiration for the strong. Bo Qing was known as the pseudo-venerable who split the 5 regions with his sword. Compared to him, Fang Yuan was just a mortal. In Mo Yao's heart, was he no different from a dead test subject? Thus, in this world, one has to rely on oneself. Only oneself is the most reliable. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly, he did not expose her, instead asking Mo Yao, so, is the killer move 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King completed? Mo Yao shook his head, not enough, the test subjects are only low-rank goo masters, we still need high-rank goo masters. Rank 5 Gu Masters are the best. If it is rank 5 Strength Path, that would be perfect. Rank 5 Strength Path. Fang Yuan frowned. As far as he knew, there were no other candidates besides him. Chapter 581. Fang Yuan entered the central control room once again. As the name implied, the central control room was the central area of 88-point Jinyang Tower. The secret room was circular, with walls shining with starlight, and a white jade round table at the center. There was an exquisite model on the table. It was similar to a sand table. It was the entire appearance of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Not only the mountains and rivers, but also the sacred palace at the center, even the small towers in the Blessed Land could be seen clearly. I am here again. In his mind, Mo Yao's will sighed. Fang Yuan did not pay attention to her, he only looked at the white jade round table. Since entering 88-point Jinyang Tower, he had first used the guest token to reach high grade and enter the treasure room. He then refined the guest halt steel and found the glass owner token. Next, he used the glass owner token to enter the central control room. But because of Di Qiu inheritance, he chose to temporarily stop attacking 88-point Jinyang Tower and refined Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu. All in all, Di Qiu inheritance had its pros and cons. Although Fang Yuan obtained the Immortal Gu, its effect was special, it benefited others at the expense of himself. Furthermore, Mo Yao's will had infiltrated his mind, he could not get rid of it and had many internal problems. But undeniably, Mo Yao's will had given Fang Yuan many pointers these days, he had gained a lot. Not just the refinement path insights, just the killer moves like 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King and Ink Transformation, as well as the modified Earth Chief Zombie Gu's recipe, were very valuable. Besides this, there was another huge benefit. That was, it was very useful for Fang Yuan's plans for 88-point Jinyang Tower. After all, Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster, he had deep research on 88-point Jinyang Tower. Back then, he had infiltrated Imperial Court Blessed Land and created a loophole, creating Di Qiu inheritance, a legendary character. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, he also had the video of Central Continent Gu Immortals attacking 88-point Jinyang Tower, he also had the precious first-hand information from Land's spirit Langia, and now, he even had the help of Mo Yao. This time, he was very confident. But right after that, his gaze froze slightly, and he exclaimed in surprise. He clearly remembered that the sand table on the round table was covered in a layer of sticky black liquid. The black liquid formed a loophole vortex and slowly poured into a hole in the sand table. The hole was none other than the location of the Di Qiu succession. But now, there was no trace of the ink on the sand table, and the spot that was covering Di Qiu was completely restored, without a single hole. Such a scene was like a heavy blow to Fang Yuan's confidence. His heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to make a guess, Mo Yao's will in his mind knew what he was thinking and chuckled, there are gains and losses. Little brother, you've already obtained the inheritance of Di Qiu. With the power of the 88-point Jinyang Tower, the previous hole must have been restored. The hole on Di Qiu is no longer there, and the small tower should have been rebuilt. Without the hole, how do I refine the glass owner token into an edge owner token? Fang Yuan asked. If there is no hole, you can create a new hole. Mo Yao smiled proudly, why did I teach you the refinement path killer move ink transformation? You should have guessed it already. That's right, the ink you saw covering the sand table was caused by the killer move ink transformation. If there is no hole, create a hole. Mo Yao's words displayed the bearing of a refinement path grandmaster, causing Fang Yuan's brows to raise slightly. Even though it was easy to say, how to create a hole. Fang Yuan, who was at least a refinement path grandmaster, did not have this ability. Mo Yao continued, loopholes can't be casually made. Choosing randomly will only awaken the slumbering giant sun's will. Once the will wakes up, we will all die without a proper burial ground. Fortunately, the 88-point Jinyang Tower has been through the vicissitudes of time, it is no longer perfect, time has carved out all sorts of flaws. Back then, I chose Di Qiu because it had the biggest flaw. So that's it. Fang Yuan nodded, feeling happy in his heart. Mo Yao's will was like water without a source, if she wanted to find a flaw, she would need to think a lot, this was a huge drain on her. But Mo Yao did not follow Fang Yuan's wishes, she said, little brother, follow my instructions and use your mind to look into the sand table, I will tell you the mysteries of the 88-point Jinyang Tower's operations, this will help you find a flaw. Alright. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. Mo Yao's actions were not out of his expectations. She cherished herself, it was fine if she did not think for herself. Fang Yuan used this chance to secretly learn from her and increase his understanding of the 88-point Jinyang Tower. The 88-point Jinyang Tower was extremely profound, Fang Yuan's mind entered the sand table, it was like a small boat in a vast ocean, it felt boundless and unfathomable. One corner or one side, they were both worth studying. At this moment, he felt insignificant and gasped in amazement. According to Mo Yao's instructions, Fang Yuan found a total of 54 flaws, 13 of them were bigger and formed a flaw, comparable to the one in Di Qiu. This result made Mo Yao sigh, time flies, so many years have passed. Even the 88 Tru Yang building could not escape the erosion of the river of time. Back then, I only found 38 flaws and only 6 flaws. After pausing for a while, she continued to instruct Fang Yuan, little brother, next, you can use the killer move ink transformation to refine these flaws. Fang Yuan followed her instructions, he willed and over 800 goo worms flew out of his aperture. These goo worms ranged from rank 1 to rank 5, they were related to metal, wood, water, earth, rule, soul, blood, and other paths, with dark path as the main path. Although these were mortal goo, over 10 of them had already gone extinct during the medieval antiquity era, while some could even be traced back to the remote antiquity era. Thus, they were extremely rare, completely extinct in the 5 regions now, only a few goo immortals had collected them. Fang Yuan had spent a lot of money to gather these goo worms, he had spent at least 1.5 immortal yuan stone. Immortal Yuan Stone had extremely high value, it could directly replenish a Goo Immortal's immortal essence and help them cultivate, it was also the currency used by Goo Immortals for transactions. Even in Fang Yuan's previous life at his peak, he had only accumulated over 60 Immortal Yuan Stone. In this life, he had risked his life to obtain Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and the highest record he had was 12 Immortal Yuan Stones. Right now, he only had 2 left. There was no helping it, there were too many places that required Immortal Yuan Stone. Purchasing wolf groups, gathering wisdom path information, purchasing goo worms, and so on, they all required Immortal Yuan Stone. Close to 1,000 goo worms flew in the air, like a swarm of bees, or a rain of flowers. Fang Yuan held his breath and concentrated, he commanded the goo worms, when the time was finally ripe, he shouted, ink transformation. The goo worms turned into a lump of dark cloud, raindrops fell from the cloud, landing on the sand table and turning into drops of ink. The drops of ink accumulated, gradually covering the surface of the sand table. Fang Yuan's mind was highly concentrated on a certain flaw, he controlled the ink liquid to rush towards it. In his rank 5 peak stage aperture, his primeval essence rapidly decreased, more than half of the ink liquid was used up, before it could barely break through a layer of obstruction, forming a whirlpool of holes and slowly entering the hole in the sand table. Seeing this, Mo Yao said, put in the glass owner token in your hand. Fang Yuan obeyed, putting in the glass owner token. The glass owner token sank into the whirlpool of ink, vanishing without a trace. The ink liquid consumption suddenly increased, about an hour later, the dark cloud was the first to dissipate. 4 hours later, the ink liquid was completely gone, and a brand new owner token flew out of the hole. Fang Yuan grabbed it. The owner token's appearance had already changed, on the previous foundation, there was a sharp protrusion at the edge, like a horn. One edge owner token, this is indeed the image. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. In the 88-point Jinyang Tower, after a descendant of Giant Sun Immortal passes through a floor, the owner token will be promoted to a one-edge owner token, gaining control over that floor. At the same time, they can enter the treasure room and take away one of the treasures without exchanging. If they can pass through 10 floors, the owner token will be promoted to a 10-edge owner token, and they will be able to take away one of Giant Sun's true inheritances from the treasure room. Mo Yao introduced. Giant Sun's true inheritance? Fang Yuan's heart palpitated. Mo Yao continued, that's right. Giant Sun Immortal planned for his descendants, he set up the rules of the Imperial Court contest, he built the 88-point Jinyang Tower, and left behind 88 true inheritances in the tower. An immortal venerable's true inheritance is no small matter. But among the victors of the Imperial Court, there are very few who can pass through 10 floors. When I was alive, of the 88 true inheritances, only 53 were left behind. I wonder how many are left now. He, speaking of which, I am envious of your luck. We've found a total of 13 flaws. Each flaw, after ink transformation, can be promoted to one corner. If you make use of all of them, you will be able to obtain the 13-edge owner token, and you can take away one of Giant Sun's true inheritances. Sigh, it will not be like me back then, I only had 6 flaws. Fang Yuan heard this and his burning heart felt like it was doused with a bucket of cold water, he smiled bitterly, make use of all the flaws? I won't hide it from you, I only have 2 immortal Yuan stone left, I can only use ink transformation one more time. Is that so? Mo Yao's gaze flashed. While Fang Yuan was probing her, she was also probing Fang Yuan. Immortal Yuan stone was one of the most important standards to measure a Gu immortal. Although Fang Yuan was still immortal, he had Hu immortal blessed land, in Mo Yao's mind, he was already half a Gu immortal. So this kid only has 2 immortal Yuan stone. Is he speaking the truth? It should be. The allure of Giant Sun's true inheritance is not something ordinary people can resist. He is a refinement path master, he naturally knows that the more flaws he refines, the higher the owner token, and the easier it is to attack 88-point Jinyang Tower. Most importantly, I am lurking in his mind, even if he wants to secretly refine it behind my back, it is impossible. Next, he should be asking for help from the force behind him. No matter how well this brat hides, at that time, he will have to reveal himself and let me see a thing or two. While thinking of this, Mo Yao gave an idea to Fang Yuan with a pleasant expression, don't worry. Owner tokens can be annexed. As long as you annex the owner token in the hands of the current alliance leader, He Lulan, you might be able to gather 10 edges. As expected of Mo Yao, he really knew a lot of secrets. Fang Yuan's gaze focused, he raised his tone and intentionally said, you want me to attack He Lulan? Are you trying to push me to my death? Although He Lulan is easy to deal with, behind him is He Tribe, a super force with several Gu immortals protecting him. Ha, you are really daring, since you can disguise your identity and infiltrate the Imperial Court, why would you be afraid of a mere He Lulan? Moreover, I am not asking you to kill him, I only want the owner token in his hands. Fang Yuan's gaze shifted, I cannot kill He Lulan, killing him would be like poking a hornet's nest, I cannot afford to offend He Tribe now. But that owner token is in his hands, he will definitely treasure it like his life. Tell me, what should I do? Cannot afford to offend now, does this mean that it will not be certain in the future? This kid's ambition is really not small. Mo Yao acutely sensed the key words in his words. Chapter 582. Kill. Damn it, another myriad beast king. In the huge desert, the hot air distorted one's vision, on the golden sea of sand, sandworms were emerging from the sand. As for the Gu masters, they occupied a sand dune and defended it with difficulty. This was 88-point Jinyang Tower's 7th floor, the 89th round. Every checkpoint was a brand new world with all kinds of tests. A sandworm myriad beast king entered the battlefield, immediately causing the Gu Master's defensive line to fluctuate. Hold on for another 45 minutes and we will pass this round. Soul Blade General Pan Ping shouted loudly, boosting the morale. He was from the demonic path, and had now officially joined He tribe, becoming an external elder of He tribe. His personal battle strength was outstanding, but this round was a test of defense. It required the challengers to hold on to a specific sand dune for 12 hours. Facing the tide of sandworms, unless they were Gu immortals, the strength of mortals was minuscule, thus the more people there were, the better. But Pan Ping's words did not have much effect. Up until now, the Gu Masters had suffered heavy casualties, they were exhausted and were about to reach their limits. Damn it, another myriad beast king appeared, how can we survive? Big Beard wiped the blood and sweat on his face, shouting strangely. His real name was unknown, because of his thick beard, people called him Big Beard. In the previous round, he passed the 18th round of the 6th floor, thus making a name for himself. From being unknown to having a little bit of fame today. He was originally a rank 2 Gu Master, a small fry that could not be found in the sacred palace. But because of the reward for clearing the round, he advanced to rank 3 realm. When a Gu Master reached rank 3, it was not the same. Rank 2 were common, but rank 3 were rare, most of them were clan elders or elders. When Big Beard reached rank 3, his situation immediately improved. High-quality primeval essence raised his battle strength. His battle strength increased, along with the abundant battle spoils. Not only this, many middle-sized tribes extended olive branches to him. Small-sized tribes could not afford to raise an external elder, while large-sized tribes looked down on him. This is the 89th round, if we pass it, the reward will be incredible. It's impossible for people like us to get it. It is enough for me to exchange for 2 rank 3 Gu. The bearded man thought, his heart burning. As he fought, he took the time to glance at the big shots at the top of the sand dune. They were the ones who issued the mission and gathered close to 1,000 Gu Masters to challenge this obstacle. The Sandworm Myriad Beast King charged into the defensive line. A fierce battle broke out immediately. Golden light, arrow rain, fire, all sorts of attacks rained down on the Myriad Beast King. The Myriad Beast King's carapace suddenly turned golden, its defense greatly increased, blocking all the attacks. It roared again and again, charging into the crowd and stirring up a bloody storm. Chang Biao stood on the sand dune and frowned. The situation is rather grim, he said. This Myriad Beast King actually has a rank 5 golden armor Gu. If we let it continue to wreak havoc, the defensive line will be completely destroyed sooner or later. Up to this point, this was already the 9th Myriad Beast King. The battle strength of the Myriad Beast Kings also differed according to the wild Gu parasitized on them. This Myriad Beast King was rather troublesome, because it had an outstanding defensive Gu, its group attack was not very effective. In such a situation, Gu Master experts would normally have to personally make a move to have an effect. As the saying goes, soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Chang Biao's unspoken meaning. And it was precisely because of this. Ma Yingjie was standing beside him. At this moment, he stepped out of the crowd and said, "Then let me do it." No one objected. Once the Myriad Beast King appeared, everyone took turns to attack. This was agreed upon earlier, according to the order. And it just happened to be Ma Yingjie's turn. As expected of Ma Yingjie, he personally led the Pegasus group and easily obstructed the Sandworm Myriad Beast King, immediately stabilizing the situation. Little Mazun is truly extraordinary. On the sand dune, everyone praised. Brother Chang, what do you think of Ma Yingjie? Pan Ping secretly transmitted his voice. Ma Yingjie was once Ma tribe's young tribe leader, his teacher was Ma Zun, but Ma tribe failed and was forced to submit by He Lulan. Now, Ma tribe was on the decline, and was only a mid-sized force. Chang Biao knew what Pan Ping meant. He wanted to rope in Ma Yingjie and make him a member of the Wolf-Killing Alliance. The so-called Wolf-Killing Alliance was a secret organization to deal with Fang Yuan. Pan Ping's inheritance was stolen by Fang Yuan on Xingjiu Peak, thus he was filled with hatred and wanted to take revenge. Chang Biao and Chang Shanyin had a grudge against each other for stealing his wife. Fang Yuan's influence was unparalleled, he could contend with He Lulan. Pan Ping and Chang Biao had many gains, obtaining many benefits from 88-point Jinyang Tower, and were already rank 4 peak stage. But to deal with Fang Yuan, they knew the chances of success were low, thus they needed more powerful helpers. Seeing Chang Biao remain silent, Pan Ping continued, Ma tribe suffered a crushing defeat mainly because of Chang Shanyin. Ma Yingjie's master Ma Zun died in his hands. He and Chang Shanyin have a deep grudge. But Chang Biao shook his head, transmitting, no. Ma Yingjie is a man of perseverance, he is a hero of his generation. From what I see, he is only thinking about the tribe now, he wants to revive Ma tribe. Since he wants to revive the tribe, he will not go against the Wolf King, instead, he will try to befriend him. The Wolf King is powerful, and our Wolf-Killing Alliance is in the dark, this is our biggest advantage. We cannot recruit outsiders recklessly, one wrong move and we will expose ourselves. Pan Ping was not willing to give up, he persisted, Brother Chang, how can we be overcautious when doing big things? Chang Shanyin is a petty person, he has myriad wolf guards. When we fight in the future, our strength will be greatly reduced by the wolf group. Don't forget that this person has an extremely high strength path cultivation. Ma Yingjie commands the horse group, people call him Little Ma Zun, he has the bearing of a great master. We need such an expert to deal with the wolf group. Chang Biao glanced at Pan Ping, feeling dissatisfied. Pan Ping was a demonic path gu master, known as the Lone Blade General, he did things without restraint, he was bold and ruthless. From Chang Biao's point of view, he was rash and unwise, unable to achieve big things. Actually, Pan Ping was also dissatisfied. From his point of view, Chang Biao acted cautiously. Overcautious and overcautious, thinking too much, this was not a hero. This was the difference in their personalities. Chang Biao was a sinister person, back then when he schemed against Chang Shanyin, he used someone else to do his dirty work. He also cherished his reputation. After so many years, he did not dare to acknowledge Chang Jiyu as his son. As for Pan Ping, his nature could be seen from how he rampaged through the army during the imperial court contest, charging forward. But despite the difference, be it Pan Ping or Chang Biao, they tolerated each other. They were clear in their hearts that the Wolf King was not someone they could deal with alone. Pan Ping is from the demonic path, how would he know the thoughts of us righteous path people? He wants to recruit Ma Yingjie. Wishful thinking. I told him about the Wolf-Killing Alliance a moment ago, who knows? Ma Yingjie would betray him and express his goodwill to the Wolf King. Sigh, how should I persuade him? Chang Biao sighed in his heart. He was intelligent and immediately came up with a plan. He transmitted, Brother Pan, it is true that Chang Shanyin killed Ma Zun, but don't forget who killed Ma Yingjie's father, Ma Shangfeng. Pan Ping was stunned. His expression was blank. Ma Shangfeng was killed by Pan Ping in the chaos of the army. Pan Ping had also made great contributions and obtained many rewards. His contributions back then had now become a stumbling block to his revenge, this was something Pan Ping did not expect. But Pan Ping was a stubborn person, he mentioned, it is true that I killed his father, but that was a battle between two armies, we were fighting for our own masters. Since Brother Chang thinks that Ma Yingjie prioritizes the tribe, then I believe your judgment. Since that is the case, we will design in this aspect. As long as Ma Yingjie believed that. The existence of the Wolf King is the biggest obstacle to his revitalization of the tribe. Isn't that better? When he said this, it was Chang Biao's turn to be stunned. He cast another glance at Pan Ping, thinking, sure enough, even a wise man with 1,000 considerations might make a mistake, even a fool with 1,000 considerations might make a correct decision. He didn't expect Pan Ping to be like this. There are also times when he's smart. At that moment, his mind raced and he began to plan. That's right, there is indeed a possibility of success. Ma Yingjie's weakness was the Ma tribe. But how can we make Ma Yingjie willingly join the wolf-killing league? As Chang Biao thought of this, he suddenly thought of a small piece of information. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the left defensive line. There was a young rank 2 Gu master. He is Ma Hongyun. He was the head servant of Ma Yingjie before, but now he is one of Ma Yingjie's most trusted aides. Not long ago, the Wolf King hunted the Earth Chief Beast Group, and Ma Hongyun escaped with great gains. After offering it to Ma tribe, Ma Yingjie immediately rewarded him with 3 green copper relic gu as a reward for his loyalty. He also didn't take any of the gu worms he offered and returned them to him. This kid's luck is really good. He managed to leave before Chang tribe and Gu tribe's gu masters entered the battlefield. Green copper relic gu's value is not low, Ma tribe is declining, there are many things to do, and the people's hearts are in chaos. Ma Yingjie could not use the green copper relic gu himself, so he spent a lot of money to buy horse bones and set an example. Ma Hongyun obtained the green copper relic gu he needed the most, and in one night, he advanced to rank 2. His speed is so fast that even I cannot compare to him. Chang Biao thought of this and sighed at the mysteries of fate. Compared to Ma Hongyun, Chang Biao's background was much more noble, and he had large amounts of resources. But even so, Chang Biao reached rank 2 dozens of times faster than Ma Hongyun. This was because green copper relic gu grew naturally, and were extremely rare, and had different origins. It was also thanks to the 88-point Jinyang Tower that Ma Yingjie got as a reward for passing the round. This kid Ma Hongyun got rich by taking advantage of Chang Shanyin. Earlier, Chang Shanyin even ordered Chang and Gu tribe's gu masters to arrest many gu masters who took advantage of him. What if I report this to the authorities? Chang Biao pondered. No, just one Ma Hongyun, a mere rank 2, he is not even an ant in Chang Shanyin's eyes. His status is still too low, even if I report him, Ma Yingjie will not deal with Chang Shanyin for a mere Ma Hongyun. This matter, I need to continue planning and waiting. 45 minutes later, the cheers on the sand dune were deafening. Victory, victory. It was not easy, I finally passed this round. I wonder what the reward for this round is. Many curious gazes gathered on Chang Biao, Pan Ping, Ma Yingjie and the rest. After this round, many gu worms appeared in Chang Biao and the rest's apertures. One of the east window gu contained information. 6-arm heavenly zombie king. Chang Biao, Pan Ping, Ma Yingjie and the rest looked at each other after inspecting it. They had different expressions. Chapter 583. Boom! A figure dashed out like a bolt of lightning. His 6 arms pounded like heavy cannons and blew up an enormous helmeted crab. At once, in this secret room, blood splattered everywhere, broken limbs flew everywhere. Ha ha ha! Pan Ping's hair was disheveled, ignoring the blood and broken limbs on his body, he raised his head and laughed. Exhilarating, exhilarating. This 6-arm heavenly zombie king killer move is really powerful. Using the corpse, I can avoid the lack of strength path foundation. Thus, even if I only cultivate strength path slightly, I can still use it. Pan Ping's eyes shined brightly as he muttered to himself, savoring it. He was from the demonic path, he lacked resources and talent, thus, he had never grasped any killer moves. But even if he had not eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. After roaming in northern plains for so many years, Pan Ping's horizons had been broadened. He knew that this 6-arm heavenly zombie king killer move was as described in the records. It was extremely powerful. As long as I have it, my chances of winning against Wolf King will increase by 10%. Wolf King has a strength path killer move, now I have one too. Wolf King, don't be arrogant, one day, I will return the humiliation I suffered to you. Pan Ping gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. At the same time, Chang Biao was also testing this killer move. As expected of the reward from 88-point Jinyang Tower, this killer move is too powerful. The power of the killer move also shocked Chang Biao. If there is anything lacking, it would be that my appearance is slightly ugly. Chang Biao looked at the mirror in front of him with a deep gaze. The Chang Biao in the mirror had green-gray skin, fangs protruded from his mouth, his eyes were dim yellow, and his hair was a mess of red and green. It was very horrifying. Especially the 6 monstrous arms on his back. They were all different in thickness, each looking ferocious, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. Pan Ping was from the demonic path. He usually lacked resources and lived a tough life. With survival as his goal, he did not care about this image. But Chang Biao was different. He came from Chang tribe, he was noble. He was a reputable person in the righteous path, he cherished his feathers and cared about his reputation. If he appeared in front of people with this appearance, he would feel uncomfortable. However, although he is ugly, this is the only way to deal with Chang Shanyin. Thinking of Fang Yuan, Chang Biao made up his mind. Speaking of which, this move is quite similar to his strength path killer move. His killer move was to grow 4 arms on his back together with his own arms. A total of 6 arms. My killer move is to grow 6 arms on my back, a total of 8 arms. This was the difference in appearance. In terms of power, my killer move is also more powerful. Chang Biao compared inwardly, his impression of Fang Yuan's killer move was still at the imperial court contest. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Chang Biao's mind, and a guess appeared in his mind, but it is also strange. The 2 killer moves were so similar. Maybe, this killer move of mine is the original version, while Chang Shanyin's killer move is an incomplete version that he obtained by chance. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Chang Shanyin is already an enslavement master, with talent in enslavement path. How can he also have talent in strength path? When I kill him in the future, I wonder what expression Chang Shanyin will have when I use this killer move. I am really looking forward to it. Thinking of this, Chang Biao's lips curled into a small smile. Right at this time, a servant came to report. It said that Pan Ping was here. Chang Biao thought about it and roughly understood Pan Ping's intention. He ordered, "Bring him to my study room and serve him with good tea, I will be there in a while." Because he was testing the killer move. Chang Biao's clothes were already tattered. After changing his clothes, he came to the study room and saw Pan Ping drinking tea on the guest seat. What a pity for my good tea. Chang Biao sneered in his mind, cupping his fists. Brother Pan, looking at your joyful expression, it must be that the killer move you tested is effective. Ha ha ha, Brother Chang guessed correctly, it is indeed so. This killer move is extremely ingenious and powerful. Pan Ping laughed heartily before changing the topic, but there are some problems. I tried it 3 times, and every time I stopped the killer move, I felt an unbearable pain in my stomach. And it got heavier each time. Is this the side effect of the killer move? Oh. Chang Biao heard this and his gaze focused. My symptoms are different from yours, you have pain in your stomach, but I feel dizzy, and even temporarily lose my hearing. Even if you did not come, I would have gone to discuss this with you. The two discussed for a while, but could not come up with anything. Firstly, they did not cultivate strength path. Secondly, they did not have refinement path attainment. The so-called discussion was just a trial and error experience, they could not go deep into it. Pan Ping suggested, besides us, there are 3 others who passed the round. Why don't we invite them over and discuss it together? Friendship is formed through interaction. When we are close enough, we can invite them to join the wolf-killing alliance. Pan Ping did not forget to recruit people. Chang Biao smiled and said vaguely, I have already made arrangements for this. I believe we will see results in a few days. Imperial Court, blessed land, 1,000 li away from the sacred palace. In the lush green forest, a group of Gu masters were carefully moving forward. Crack. With a crisp sound, Ma Hongyun accidentally stepped on a piece of dead wood. Everyone stopped, their shocked and furious gazes gathered on him. You idiot! How many times have I told you, pay attention to your steps, pay attention to your steps? The group leader suppressed his voice and scolded with his eyes wide open. Sorry, I did not do it on purpose. Ma Hongyun quickly apologized. Shut up. Shoo, lower your voice, you idiot. The Gu masters beside Ma Hongyun were anxious. The person beside him even covered Ma Hongyun's mouth in a moment of desperation. The leader's expression was solemn with slight killing intent. He was also anxious. All of you, quiet down. If we disturb the Iron Beak bird group, we will be doomed. This time, we are only here to steal the bird eggs. We will leave after stealing them. Whoever dares to mess this up, I will kill them first. The leader was the only rank 3 Gu master in this group. He was strong and naturally had prestige. Hearing his words, everyone hurriedly nodded their heads, including Ma Hongyun. The leader looked around, his gaze stopping on Ma Hongyun. He gave him a ruthless stare. He had already made up his mind. When we return, I will definitely kick this idiot out of the group. After this, I will definitely kick this idiot out of the group. So what if he is rank 2? Sigh, I was really blind back then. Seeing that his rank 2 Gu worms are so exquisite and comprehensive, I agreed to let him join us. Gu masters are stupid to this extent. What use are the Gu worms? Swoosh. Right at this time, there was a loud sound like a wave in the forest. Large numbers of iron beak birds. They flapped their wings, flying from the branches into the sky. Seeing this, the Gu masters felt like they had fallen into an ice cave. What's going on? Oh no, the birds are startled. Let's run. Ma Hongyun, it's all your fault. If I don't die this time, I will definitely settle the score with you. Everyone was anxious and fearful. Some were furious. No, the birds are flying towards the south, we did not startle them. It seems that there are others who accepted this mission from Chang tribe. The leader saw the situation and was overjoyed. He could not help but shout. Everyone turned to look at him. As expected, their mood immediately changed. Save us, save us. A group of Gu masters quickly retreated, running towards them. Looking at the flock of birds that were attracted over, the Gu masters' eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Don't come over. The leader shouted. If you come over, I will kill you first. Leader, look at their clothing, they should be Chang tribe members. Ma Hongyun said hesitantly. The leader stared, almost beating him up. He scolded, You idiot, do you still want to live? If not, go and save them. Ma Hongyun thought of the Earth Chief Beast Group earlier. He only wanted to warn Jiang Dong, but he was framed. If not for my luck. Ma Hongyun thought of this and shuddered, asking the leader. Then what do we do? The leader gritted his teeth, seeing that Chang tribe Gu masters did not listen to his warning and were running towards them. He stomped his foot. What else can we do? Split up and run. Everyone dispersed in an uproar. Ma Hongyun was stunned. He quickly chose a direction and ran with all his might. Lord, that is Ma Hongyun, Ma Yingjie's trusted aide. The escaping Chang tribe Gu masters looked flustered, but they were actually calm and fearless. Chang tribe's leader was Chang Biao's trusted aide. He looked at Ma Hongyun's back and was stunned. Is this person an idiot? He has a movement Gu and isn't using it. Chang tribe wanted to scheme, they naturally had information on Ma Hongyun, they knew that his gu worms were all rank 2 and were of excellent quality. They are going to catch up. Damn it, why are they running so fast? It is because they used a movement gu. Ah. Right, I have a movement gu. While running, Ma Hongyun patted his forehead, quickly activating his gu worm and increasing his speed. I finally remembered. Why is he running towards the left? The leader was stunned again. He did not know that Ma Hongyun had no sense of direction, his sense of direction was extremely poor. Earlier, during Fei tribe's coup, his father sacrificed himself to let him escape. In the end, he took a big detour and turned back. Ma Hongyun's escape caused the situation to become grim. The leader quickly commanded, You, quickly follow Ma Hongyun and protect him. Also, tell Lady Changli to go ahead and prepare. Yes, Lord. Even though Chang tribe's gu masters were elites, Ma Hongyun ran around randomly and often fell into dangerous situations. Chang tribe's gu masters attracted the birds while protecting him in the dark without being seen through, it was extremely difficult. The plan that was supposed to succeed had instead sacrificed many experts. Save me. Changli lay on the ground, weak, looking pitiful. She tore her clothes, revealing her snow-white shoulders and disheveled hair, looking delicate and pitiful like a frightened rabbit. Ma Hongyun ran over, only looking ahead and running for his life, he did not notice Changli. Changli was dazed, but she had an idea in the midst of the crisis, tripping Ma Hongyun when he was about to run over. Plop! Ma Hongyun fell flat on his face, turning around to look, he was stunned. What a beautiful girl! He was usually simple-minded, but he was also at the age of a young man. Gongzi, please save me, Changli said. Changli's voice made Ma Hongyun's heart itch. Chapter 584. One day later. At the banquet. This time, the noble's son saved my daughter, I am extremely grateful. The first cup of wine is to clan leader Ma. Chang Biao raised the cup in his hand, smiling. Ma Yingjie hurriedly raised his cup, saying humbly, this was just a coincidence, I did not expect to save Lord Chang Biao's beloved daughter, this is Hongyun's honor. Ha ha ha. Chang Biao laughed loudly, draining his cup. Ma Yingjie also drained his cup. Ma Hongyun sat beside him, becoming the main character of the banquet, dozens of gazes were focused on him. Feeling the probing, curious, and doubtful gazes, Ma Hongyun was somewhat uneasy. Chang Biao gently put down his cup, using his gaze to indicate Pan Ping who was sitting beside him. They had already discussed this before. Pan Ping understood, looking at Ma Hongyun, nephew, tell us how you saved the beauty. I. Ma Hongyun mumbled, unable to say a word. In truth, he also did not know how he saved her. At that time, he only cared about escaping, with the sky full of ironbeak birds behind him, the situation was so urgent, even if he saved Changli, he did not think twice. Pan Ping's eyes widened, unable to wait for Ma Hongyun to speak. Luckily, Chang Biao had already calculated, understanding Ma Hongyun's personality, his gaze turned, looking at someone in the banquet. This person immediately stood up, came to the center, cupped his fists and asked, Elder Chang Biao, Lords, I was one of the people involved, I was fortunate enough to witness the entire situation. Lord Ma Hongyun is magnanimous and humble, not arrogant, but I cannot bear to see a hero be buried, thus I have the courage to take advantage of the wine to tell the lords. Hearing this, he knew that this person was eloquent. Chang Biao nodded, then speak. This person opened his mouth, his words were filled with sincerity, his emotions were vivid, with ups and downs, vivid. Ma Hongyun was portrayed as a lone hero who acted decisively, was brave and astute, and was not afraid of hardships and dangers. Hearing this, everyone cheered from time to time, praising him. Looking at Ma Hongyun's gaze, they all changed, becoming respectful, gentle, and appreciative. Ma Hongyun's eyes widened as he listened. It was as if he was listening to a heavenly book. He couldn't believe it. Is this person talking about me? When did I become so powerful? Could it be that he was mistaken? There was another person who couldn't believe it, and that was Ma Yingjie. Ma Yingjie was the head of the Ma family. He was a hero of his generation, and he was familiar with Ma Hongyun's temperament. How could he be coaxed by these flowery words? On the surface, he had a faint smile on his face. When he heard the ingenuity of Ma Hongyun's words, he kept nodding his head, casting a look of approval towards Ma Hongyun. He had saved Changli. There was nothing strange about that. But why did Elder Chang Biao send someone to help Ma Hongyun explain things in such a manner? What was Chang Biao plotting? Although there are dozens of guests at tonight's banquet, there are only two main characters, and that is Chang Biao and Pan Ping. Ma Yingjie was secretly on his guard. Ma family lost in the battle for the imperial court and went from prosperity to decline. Ma Yingjie's master and father were not on the battlefield. Hardships and setbacks made Ma Yingjie mature quickly and become a hero. He secretly guessed Chang Biao's intentions. But he didn't show it on the surface. Ma family had declined, and Chang family was like the sun in the sky because of Fang Yuan. Pan Ping left the demonic path and joined He family. His current identity was an external elder of He family. No matter who it was, they were not people that the current Ma family and Ma Yingjie could afford to offend. Good, good, good. After that person finished narrating Ma Hongyun's heroic deeds, Chang Biao said good 3 times in a row. As expected of a young hero, Chang Biao looked at Ma Hongyun and praised him. After a pause, he continued, since ancient times, heroes love beauties, and beauties are paired with heroes. I won't hide it from everyone. Ever since my daughter was saved, she has been very quiet and unwilling to leave. I asked for the reason and found out that my daughter's heart belongs to someone else. She is worried about that heroic young man who saved her in danger. I held this banquet to express my gratitude and also because of this reason. Once he said this, the hall was in an uproar. Countless gazes were filled with envy, jealousy, shock, and disbelief as they looked at Ma Hongyun. What kind of dog shit luck does this kid have? To be able to gain the favor of Chang family's young miss? Changli is pretty and lovely, who would have thought that she would fall in love with such a silly kid? Sigh, if I had known, I would have gone to the forest where the iron-beak birds live. Although this Changli is not Chang Biao's biological daughter, she was adopted since young and has always been loved by Chang Biao. She is the apple of Elder Chang Biao's eye. If Ma Hongyun marries Changli, his father-in-law will be Chang Biao. At once, everyone's emotions were boiling. Ma Yingjie quickly recovered from his shock. He quickly thought and still had doubts, could this be the reason why Chang Biao invited us to a banquet? Although there is the matter of Su Xian's night elopement, isn't this too good? Even better things were yet to come. In front of everyone, Chang Biao took out 2 white silver relic gu. The new generation excels the old. Nephew is a young hero of our northern plains, I have to reward you. These 2 white silver relic gu are my thanks for saving my life, nephew, please accept them. The commotion in the hall became even louder. Ah! Ma Hongyun looked at Ma Yingjie in a hurry. Ma Yingjie nodded and smiled, I don't dare to refuse an elder's gift, Hongyun, why aren't you kneeling and thanking him? Ma Hongyun quickly left his seat and walked forward, kneeling, thank you Lord Chang Biao for the gift. Chang Biao laughed heartily and also left his seat, personally handing the 2 white silver relic gu to Ma Hongyun. Under everyone's gaze, he intimately patted Ma Hongyun's hand and asked, I wonder what nephew's opinion of my daughter. Ah! Ma Hongyun raised his head with a flushed face, not knowing how to reply. After pondering for a while, he finally squeezed out a few words, Lady Changli is beautiful, very beautiful. Ha ha ha. Chang Biao raised his head and laughed. That's good, that's good. Nephew, please return to your seat. They returned to their seats and continued with the banquet. The banquet lasted from evening until late at night before the host and guests left after enjoying themselves. As the crowd dispersed, the matter of Chang tribe marrying off their daughter and the lucky lad Ma Hongyun spread far and wide. On the second day, Chang Biao invited Ma Yingjie and Ma Hongyun to a banquet again. But this time, the scale was smaller and not as big as before, only a few people were invited. Ma Yingjie looked at the invitation card in his hand, his gaze solemn. After returning, he did not sleep for the whole night, pondering over this matter. The small invitation made him feel exceptionally heavy in his hands. He placed the invitation card on the table and called for a servant. Go, summon Ma Hongyun to have an audience. The servant quickly received the order, and when he arrived at Ma Hongyun's residence, Zhao Yenyun was instructing Ma Hongyun face to face. You idiot, what kind of dog shit did you step on to actually have such luck? But this matter is too good, it makes people feel guilty instead. I think, tribe leader Ma Yingjie will definitely summon you to inquire about this matter. At that time, you just need to tell him everything clearly, you cannot hide anything. Oh. Ma Hongyun immediately agreed. Also. Zhao Yenyun's eyeballs turned. Didn't Chang Biao reward you with 2 white silver relic gu? When the tribe leader summons you, offer these 2 gu to him. What? Ma Hongyun's eyes opened wide, shouting, I risked my life to obtain these with great difficulty. Lord Chang Biao rewarded me with gu worms. If I use them, I can immediately advance to rank 2 upper stage. This is such a good thing. You idiot. Zhao Yenyun angrily kicked Ma Hongyun's calf. Ma Hongyun immediately hugged his calf, crying out in pain, why did you kick me again? Zhao Yenyun rolled his eyes, unhappily reprimanding, what do you know? Even if you advance to rank 2 upper stage, with your skills, what use is it? What is the foundation of our existence? It was not because of his cultivation at the second transition, but because of his friendship with leader Ma Yingjie. How did you advance to rank 2? It is the 3 green bronze relic gu that tribe leader Ma Yingjie rewarded you. You offered the white silver relic shares, that is showing your loyalty. Do you think the tribe leader will embezzle your 2 white silver relic gu? Humph, he has no use for them, he will definitely accept them and return them to you. Since he accepted the gu worms, why would he return them to me? Ma Hongyun asked in puzzlement. Idiot. Zhao Yenyun rolled his eyes again, Ma tribe is declining now, there are few tribesmen and many things are waiting to be done. In the whole tribe, there is only one rank 3 old Ma Yuliang, and he is crippled. Ma Yingjie has just ascended to the position and does not have anyone he can use. He also wants to revitalize the tribe, it is time to promote talents and nurture trusted aides. Although your surname was Fei, your surname is Ma now, and you were once Ma Yingjie's head servant. Ma Yingjie knows you very well, he is more assured in using you than others. If you offer your gu worms and express your loyalty, he will definitely be happy and accept your gu worms, this is acknowledging your loyalty. But Ma Yingjie is not a petty and stingy mediocre lord. Accepting the gu worms is just a gesture, he will definitely return them to you. Why? It is to set an example, to encourage the tribesmen to learn from your loyalty. I am certain that he will not only return the white silver relic gu to you, he will even reward you. Although you lack ability, you have loyalty. This is called buying a horse's bones with 1,000 gold coins. Ma Hongyun was confused. What is buying a horse's bones with 1,000 gold coins? Sigh, you won't understand even if I explain. Just do as I say. There will definitely be benefits for you. Oh. Ma Hongyun scratched his head and agreed. The two had just come to an agreement when Ma Yingjie's servant ran over to send a message. Ma Hongyun followed his words and offered 2 white silver relic gu. But different from Zhao Yinyun's estimation, after Ma Yingjie accepted them, he did not return them to Ma Hongyun. This caused Ma Hongyun to complain to Zhao Yinyun when he returned. Chapter 585. At night, Ma Yingjie brought Ma Hongyun to Chang tribe's banquet. After the banquet ended, Chang Biao asked Ma Hongyun to stay for a private discussion in the study room. Ma Hongyun was personally entertained by Chang Li. I wonder if my tribe leader has any insights on 6-arm heavenly zombie king killer move? After talking for a while, Chang Biao changed the topic to killer moves. Ma Yingjie, however, did not test the killer move. He said frankly, I am an enslavement path Gu master, strength path is not my specialty. The 89th round rewarded me with this killer move. I am honestly disappointed. I plan to sell this killer move, so I have not tested it yet. Why? Chang Biao was taken aback and exchanged glances with Pan Ping beside him. The two did not expect this situation, but it was reasonable. Ma Yingjie was different from them. He had a comprehensive enslavement path inheritance. His master Ma Zun relied on this inheritance to move unhindered in the world, dominating an area. This inheritance contained a killer move. Besides this, Ma Yingjie also had a powerful killer move from Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's Gu Immortal, Dragon Horse Spirit. He could not even practice these killer moves, so why did he have to cultivate other path killer moves? He had cultivated enslavement path since he was young. As long as he cultivated it well, he would be able to dominate an area and revitalize his tribe. Cultivating other paths would instead divert his attention. Since ancient times, Gu masters mainly cultivated one path. There were very few who cultivated two paths at the same time. If one's attention was diverted, they would not be able to accomplish anything. Fang Yuan cultivated two paths at the same time. That was because of his previous life's experience. Ma Yingjie also had to manage the tribe's affairs. He did not have any spare energy to cultivate strength path killer moves at the same time. I won't hide it from you, Brother Pan and I tested this killer move. Its power was astonishing and shocking. In front of my tribe leader, we might as well speak the truth. Saying so, Chang Biao paused, choosing his words with a hesitant expression. He looked at Ma Yingjie with a sincere gaze, saying with some awe, I hope my tribe leader can keep this killer move a secret and not spread it. Spread the word that the reward is something else. Chang Biao purposely evaded his words, but Ma Yingjie was a smart person. His gaze flashed as he suddenly understood. I see. Chang Biao was once Chang tribe leader, now he was the first elder. The tribe leader was his godson Chang Jiyu, while the true decision-maker was Wolf King Chang Shanyin. Chang Biao obtained this killer move and wanted to keep it a secret. This was a Gu master's custom. But there is a problem. If Chang Shanyin hears of it and asks him for it, he will have to hand it over. Ma Yingjie looked at Pan and Chang's expressions and tone. He knew that 6-arm heavenly zombie king killer move was not ordinary. It was definitely not ordinary. Everyone was selfish. After obtaining such a precious treasure, no one would be willing to hand it over for nothing. Ma Yingjie understood this very well. Seeing Ma Yingjie's eyes flicker, Chang Biao continued, I've already informed the others. Ma clan leader could rest assured about this. We still need Chief Ma's strength for the next checkpoint. He. Ma Yingjie's expression turned solemn. Lord Chang Biao is exaggerating. My ability is limited. I am fortunate to be able to cooperate with all the experts here. It is a win-win situation. Let's do as Lord Chang Biao says. I have no objections. Seeing Ma Yingjie agree, Chang Biao and Pan Ping smiled. Sigh, what lord, my tribe leader can just call me by my name. Pan Ping saw the chance and immediately tried to get closer. Pan and Chang wanted to pull Ma Yingjie onto the pirate ship. Ma Yingjie wanted to develop his tribe. He also wanted to rely on Chang tribe and He tribe's help. The three tried to curry favor and immediately changed the way they addressed each other, calling each other brothers. The three chatted in the study until late at night. They were very happy. When it was almost midnight, the three separated after deciding on Ma Hongyun and Chang Li's marriage. Brother Chang's plan is brilliant. With this marriage, Ma Yingjie will be tied together with Brother Chang. In the future, when we deal with that Wolf King, would Ma Yingjie not be afraid? Closing the door, Pan Ping laughed. But Chang Biao shook his head. Ma Yingjie is not easy to fool, he knows when to yield and when to stand tall. In times of danger, he will definitely have the determination to cut his losses. Now is not the time to recruit him, but as long as we are on good terms with him, and let the world know of our close relationship, we can increase our resources and support that Ma Hongyun to increase our control over Ma tribe. In the future, when we declare war with Chang Shan-yin, as long as the enraged Chang Shan-yin sees Ma tribe as an enemy, Ma Yingjie will not be able to get off our ship to protect the tribe. Imperial Court Blessed Land's night was filled with silver light, it was bright and warm. Inside the carriage, Ma Yingjie and Ma Hongyun sat opposite each other. Hongyun, you are really lucky, you actually obtained Lady Chang Li's favor. He, I have already decided with Lord Chang Biao, the first day of next month will be your and Chang Li's wedding day. Ma Yingjie smiled. Ah. This news was out of Ma Hongyun's expectations, he could not react in time. I can see your loyalty, very good, this is your reward. Ma Yingjie sighed, patting Ma Hongyun's shoulder and summoning 3 red steel relic gu from his aperture. This. Ma Hongyun was flabbergasted, he blankly received these 3 red steel relic gu. Marrying Lady Changli, without strength and status, wouldn't that weaken our Ma tribe's reputation? Take these 3 red steel relic gu and use them to advance to rank 2 peak stage. With your aptitude, advancing to rank 3 is not a problem. I will now appoint you as the acting elder, you will be in charge of the tribe's miscellaneous affairs. Ma Yingjie announced. Ah. Ma Hongyun's eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the Ma tribe leader in front of him. To him, this surprise was too big and too sudden. Ma Yingjie purposely had a dark expression, why aren't you kneeling down and thanking me? Ma Hongyun's mind was a mess, but his body subconsciously kneeled on the ground, thank you Lord for promoting me. Do well. Ma Yingjie encouraged him, but his thoughts drifted far away. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's killer move seems to have astonishing power. Since it can obtain Pan and Chang Li's attention, and it doesn't require too much strength path cultivation, why don't I give it a try? 88-point Jinyang Tower, Central Control Room. Ink Transformation. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a bright light as he shouted and pressed his hands down. Immediately, all kinds of goo worms fell down like rain, quickly fusing with each other as they fell. When they landed on the sand table, they had already turned into drops of ink. The ink quickly accumulated and covered the entire surface of the sand table again. Next, it found a flaw and formed a whirlpool, gathering towards it. In Fang Yuan's mind, Mo Yao's will saw this and evaluated in satisfaction, very good, you are already familiar with the refinement path method I taught you, burst rain. Using this method, you can speed up the goo refinement process by at least 30%, and even raise the effect by 20%. I have nothing left to teach you about this method. You only need to remember, the essence of burst rain lies in the word burst. But you cannot just focus on speed, the entire process requires your full concentration. Thus, you cannot use this method too frequently. If you use it too much, you might become dazed and dizzy, causing the goo refinement to fail. If you use it too much, your soul will be injured and you will lose your memories, becoming demented. Goo refinement was dangerous, it was not much safer than fighting. Fang Yuan already knew this, he listened to Mo Yao's guidance while methodically throwing the owner token into the ink whirlpool. A moment later, the ink was used up, and the owner token slowly flew up, landing in Fang Yuan's hand. Fang Yuan looked at the owner token, it already had 5 edges. This meant the ink transformation had already been carried out 5 times. It was strange. Fang Yuan's immortal Yuan stone was scarce, he could only carry out one more ink transformation. Why did he use it 3 more times? It turned out that ever since Fang Yuan obtained the One Edge Owner token, his authority had been raised. He could use the One Edge Owner token to obtain the rewards of any floor in 88-point Jinyang Tower. After Fang Yuan learned about it, he did not hesitate and immediately chose a floor. This floor was the 7th floor. One Edge Owner token could allow a Gu Master to control a floor in 88-point Jinyang Tower. The Gu Masters had already worked together to get to the 89th round in the 7th floor. Why did Fang Yuan choose this floor out of all the others? Because the reward for this 89th round was 5 immortal Yuan stone. Fang Yuan sneaked in and used the owner token to control this floor. Chang Biao, Pan Ping, Ma Yingjie and the rest passed this round and were taken over by Fang Yuan. He secretly kept 5 immortal Yuan stones and sent the reduced version of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King into their apertures as a reward. The original 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King used Borrow Strength Gu as the core, 6 Flying Zombie Gu as the pillars, and other Gu worms as support. After being modified by Fang Yuan and Mo Yao's wills, the killer move handed to them had Overlord Gu replaced as the core, greatly reducing its power. Although the Flying Zombie Gu were complete, the Earth Chief Zombie Gu was an old version Gu worm and not Mo Yao's modified Gu recipe. Most importantly, the other support Gu worms were also modified, adding in Will Gu and others to secretly collect the experience of Chang Biao, Pan Ping, and the rest. This way, not only would the other party not suspect that the rewards were secretly tampered with, they could also test the killer move for Fang Yuan and find out the inadequacies. Looking at the time, it has already been half a month since the killer move rewards were distributed. It is time to reel in the fish. What do you think? Fang Yuan asked Mo Yao's will in his mind with a negotiating tone. Mo Yao muttered, "It is not a long time, we can take 2 sets and see the results." Fang Yuan held the pentagonal owner token and with a shift of his mind, he found 2 familiar figures in the 90th round of the 7th floor. They were none other than Chang Biao and Pan Ping. The 2 of them were running at full speed. Pan Ping ran as he shouted to Chang Biao, "We have been here for 7 days. Even though the time flow here is faster than Imperial Court Blessed Land. But with our speed, we will cross hundreds of thousands of li sooner or later, but all we see are city walls and more city walls." The sprinting Chang Biao nodded, his clothes fluttering in the wind. "We cannot fly or burrow into the ground here, we can only walk along these city walls. The tunnels here extend in all directions, we have walked for so long and have not met a single monster." Evidently, this round is testing the Gu Master's investigative and movement abilities. This round is a huge maze. The 2 were right, this 90th round was a maze. Just like Chang Biao guessed, it was testing the Gu Master's investigative and movement abilities. But after Fang Yuan controlled this 7th floor and found these 2, everything was different. Chapter 586. Howl. Wolf howls suddenly resounded, a large group of turtleback wolves appeared in front of them. Wolves, why did a wolf group appear? Pan Ping's movements paused, his expression astonished. Chang Biao's expression sank, because of Fang Yuan, he hated wolves the most now. But he had never expected Fang Yuan to control this round situation. He said solemnly, "Our main goal this time is to probe. Now that the situation has changed, let's first kill these wolves and see what happens next." "Okay." Pan Ping nodded. The 2 joined hands and charged into the wolf group. At first, the 2 had the upper hand and slaughtered, how could ordinary turtleback wolves be their match? But soon, the wolf group was endless, other breeds appeared, like Vermilion Flame Wolf, Water Wolf, Wind Wolf and so on. Mutated wolf groups also appeared, like Frenzied Wolves, White Eyes Wolves and so on. The 2 gradually could not take it anymore. How can there be so many wolf groups? Could it be that this round is testing the Gu Master's fighting ability? Large numbers of thousand wolf kings and myriad wolf kings entered the battlefield. Pan Ping and Chang Biao's expressions gradually turned unsightly. This round is so difficult. Pan Ping sighed. 88-point Jinyang Tower. The rounds get harder the further you go, especially from 90th round to the final 100th round, they are the most difficult. Chang Biao replied. After fighting for a while, the two could not hold on anymore. The situation has been investigated. The 90th round not only has a maze, there is also a wolf group. Chang Biao concluded. There are walls on both sides, the terrain is narrow. It is too restrictive for us to use human wave tactics. What do we do? Pan Ping frowned. Let's retreat first and discuss later. Chang Biao sighed. He and Pan Ping did not have Giant Sun's bloodline, they used guest tokens to enter 88-point Jinyang Tower. Guest tokens were precious. Thus, every time they entered, they would have to spend a lot of money. Alright. Pan Ping had long planned to retreat. He glared hatefully at the wolf pack in front of him. These damned wolf pups, sooner or later, I'll trample on your wolf king and humiliate him. Ha ha ha. He swore in a curse. The wolf king he mentioned was naturally referring to Fang Yuan. Ugh. In the next moment, Pan Ping's laughter stopped abruptly. A look of shock and fear appeared on his face. What's going on? We can't get out. Beside him, Chang Biao also discovered this serious problem. Originally, when the two of them used the guest token to enter the building, they could leave with just a thought. The two of them went in and out many times. He was already very familiar with this. But now, Fang Yuan was in control of this floor. The pentagonal owner's token was much bigger than the guest's token, so the two of them were like birds in a cage, trapped in a hopeless situation. Damn it, what should we do now? I only have 30% of my true essence left. Pan Ping shouted, his voice filled with panic. Chang Biao's face was grim as he shouted, calm down. His situation was slightly better than Pan Ping, he still had half of his primeval essence left in his aperture. However, even if his quintessential essence was in a perfect state, the pack of wolves in front of him was endless. It would run out sooner or later. This situation is very rare. Why can't we get out of 88-point Jinyang Tower? This checkpoint was quite strange. It is likely testing the Gu Master's courage. We cannot be cowardly. Chang Biao thought for a while before shouting. Hearing his words, Pan Ping's panic eased a little. He remembered that in the past, there were indeed some strange checkpoints that tested nothing else but the Gu Master's mental state. In these checkpoints, the more cowardly the Gu Master was, the stronger the monsters they faced. Pan Ping and Chang forcefully calmed down, attempting to break out of the wolf group's encirclement. But Fang Yuan was in control of this round, the so-called maze was clear in his heart, he knew every corner. He could easily mobilize the wolf group, no matter how Pan Ping and Chang charged, there would always be wolf groups chasing and obstructing them. No, I cannot die here. Damned wolf brat, watch my killer move. Pan Ping's primeval essence was almost exhausted, he had no choice but to activate the killer move, 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. He turned into an 8-arm zombie, his battle strength rose sharply and everywhere he went, he set off huge waves, the wolves suffered heavy losses and were unable to resist. Chang Biao used his primeval essence and followed behind Pan Ping, saving a lot of energy. Good times did not last long, Pan Ping's primeval essence was soon completely exhausted. Chang Biao quickly saved him, at this critical moment, we can only work together to have a chance of escaping. Rest, use Yuan stones to recover your primeval essence, I will protect you. Chang Biao also used 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's killer move, firmly protecting Pan Ping. Like this, the two helped each other and stabilized the situation. Like this, 7 to 8 days passed, Chang Biao and Pan Ping's primeval essence was completely exhausted, they could not hold on any longer. Am I going to die here? Pan Ping roared towards the sky. Damn it, there must be a way out, there must be a way out. Chang Biao lost his usual demeanor, shouting loudly. Just when the two were in despair, they suddenly saw a large pile of yuan stones at the corner ahead. Yuan stone. Yuan stone like a small hill, so many, I didn't see wrongly, right? The two were overjoyed at having found life in this desperate situation. They quickly gathered their remaining courage and rushed over, using yuan stone to absorb their primeval essence and stabilized the situation. I get it, this round is testing the Gu Master's endurance. Chang Biao shouted in joy. So that's it. Pan Ping heard this and realized. The two were overjoyed, but did not notice the abnormality in their bodies. As they activated Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King, more and more times, unrecoverable livor mortis appeared on their bodies. This yuan stone hill is enough for us to hold on for another 2 to 3 months. Pan Ping threw himself on the yuan stone hill, crying tears of joy. Hurry up and recover your primeval essence. We cannot just sit here and do nothing, there should be other yuan stone hills. When we are thirsty, we drink wolf blood, when we are hungry, we eat wolf meat. If we persevere like this, we might be able to pass this round. Chang Biao's eyes shone with brilliance. Brother Chang, you are right. Pan Ping suddenly sat up, Chang Biao's description made his face flush with happiness. This round is so difficult, there is a slim chance of survival. I wonder what kind of generous rewards there will be for passing this round. Chang Biao resisted the wolf group's attacks. He heaved a long sigh and said, I finally know why this round can only be entered and not exited. If we can easily retreat, how can this round test the Gu masters who are trying to pass it? The pitiful two still did not know that this Yuan stone hill was intentionally left here by their great enemy, Fang Yuan. His goal was to continue experimenting and make them use their killer moves more times. The situation was all within Fang Yuan's grasp. Even if the two did not want to use their killer moves. If they used their original methods, Fang Yuan could still manipulate the wolf group to charge and create a dangerous situation. Thus, the two had no choice but to use their killer moves. Fang Yuan's worries were unnecessary. The more the two used their killer moves, the more smoothly they used them, and subconsciously, they started to rely on it. In the following battles, they rarely used their original methods. When the livor mortis on their bodies thickened, it was already the time when their bodies were in grave danger. Only then did the two realize. Right now, it was already too late. I am not resigned, I am actually going to die here. Wolf King, I will not let you off even as a ghost. Pan Ping Xian died. Before dying, he cursed Fang Yuan. A few days later, Chang Biao also died from exhaustion in the intense battle. He died with everlasting regret, and on the verge of death. When he was on the verge of death, he muttered, "Exit, where is the exit?" He had too many things on his mind. Too many things that he could not put down. The wolf-killing alliance was still in its infancy, and the plan to kidnap Ming Jie had just begun. What he was most worried about was his own son, Chang Jiyu. Actually, Chang Biao was also a pitiful person. For his reputation, he did not dare to acknowledge this son of his from start to finish. He could only hear Chang Jiyu calling him, "Godfather, Godfather." Even so, he felt it was not safe. To conceal it, he even adopted a few orphans as his adopted sons and daughters. One of them was Chang Li. He had painstakingly hidden his entire life, planning so much, but he could not see anything at the moment of his death. He was not resigned, he was remorseful, he was vexed, but what could he do? I really want to hear him call me father. This strong thought before his death finally transformed into a bellyful of grief, indignation, and regret. Along with the extinguishing of the candle of his life, he passed away unwillingly. Activating the killer move for the 2311th time, although he died from exhaustion, the corpse energy accumulated in his body was the main cause of his death. Fang Yuan flashed and appeared beside Chang Biao's corpse. He smiled lightly. The experiment had achieved the desired goal, and he found a problem. Even if the killer move could not be used for more than the time limit, using it too frequently would cause the body to have livor mortis, and if it accumulated too much, the Gu master would die. Be it Pan Ping or Chang Biao's death, it was because of this problem. Fang Yuan stored the Gu worms on the two people's bodies. This round was under his control. Even if Pan Ping and Chang Biao wanted to detonate their Gu worms, it was impossible. Chang Biao had a set of wind path Gu worms. They were of excellent quality. Pan Ping's Gu worms were also extraordinary, but with Fang Yuan's current knowledge and capital, it was better than nothing. Only Pan Ping's soul blade Gu had some collectible value, and Fang Yuan took a few more glances at it. A few days later. In the study room, Fang Yuan held an east window Gu, meditating with his eyes closed. Hostility Gu can condense hostile intent. Hostility Gu has strong and fierce attacks, invading like fire, but lacks flexibility and does not have the ability to sustain. Determination Gu can condense determination. Determination Gu is sharp and unstoppable, like a blade or a spear, but it is hard to recover and replenish. Unrestrained Will Gu can condense unrestrained intent. Unrestrained intent has no restraints, it is the most powerful, but it is hard to control, easily harming others and oneself. This east window Gu contained a relatively complete wisdom path inheritance. Fang Yuan had bought it from Jewel Yellow Skies, paying the little remaining immortal Yuan stone he had. But it was worth it. Fang Yuan had benefited greatly after reading it. Fang Yuan pondered, in this inheritance, there are 14 wisdom path Gu worms, among which, there are 6 that involve wills. They are, Hostility Gu, Determination Gu, Unrestrained Will Gu, Change Will Gu, Cold Will Gu, and Chaos Will Gu. The first 3 are used to condense wills, and each have their own advantages and disadvantages. Wisdom Path was the most mysterious Gu Master Path. It was broad and profound, originating from star constellation Immortal Venerable. It existed since the immemorial antiquity era. Although the number of people who cultivated it was extremely few, it was still passed down to this day, never declining and lasting for 10,000 years. Then, is Mo Yao's will hostile, determination, or unrestrained? The reason why Fang Yuan researched these was to guard against and deal with this huge threat in his mind. Her hostility is ferocious like fire, her determination is sharp like a spear, and it's unbridled and uncontrollable. But Mo Yao's will is mysterious like the ocean, hidden and ethereal. When I fought her earlier, I only felt that it was difficult to exert my strength, as if I raised my fist and punched onto cotton. Fang Yuan analyzed and felt that Mo Yao's will did not belong to any of them. This inheritance he had collected was only a corner of Wisdom Path. There were definitely large numbers of other Wisdom Path Gu worms. It seems, I need to continue collecting information on Wisdom Path. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. Mo Yao's will was not easy to deal with because Fang Yuan was not familiar with Wisdom Path, he did not know her details and could not use his methods. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. I will endure it for now. On one hand, I will let her think and weaken herself, on the other hand, I will use her to explore True Yang building. Just as he was thinking, the vague figure of Mo Yao's will appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. It's done, this time, 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King is truly perfected, there are no more flaws. Mo Yao said, her tone was weak and her expression was tired. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.